Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Pitkin County Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday, December 15th. I'm Kelly McNicholas Curry, the board chair. We have Vice Chair Patty Clapper, Commissioner Greg Poshman here, and then joining us on Zoom are Francie Jacober and Steve Child. Francie and Steve, can I check in and make sure you can hear us? Okay.
Yes, loud and clear.
All right, our tech check is going well. So, welcome everybody today. It's always a delight to start off our meetings with recognitions of the incredible work of members of our community and staff. And so with that, we are going to recognize our deputies of the year, and I will invite Sheriff Joe DeSalvo to come up for this presentation. And so happy that y'all opted to do this here at our meeting so the community could watch and celebrate.
Hi, thank you, everybody. This year we've done something we've never done before. And really, I don't have a good explanation why, but we decided to recognize some of our valued employees and standouts of the last year for some of their services. So if I can take some of your time, one of our first awards, we had, I think, 5, and we have 3 here today of them. But the first one is Patrol Deputy of the Year. The Patrol Deputy of the Year Award recognizes outstanding achievement in law enforcement and honors the deputy who works tireless every day to make our community safer. The award is given to a well-rounded deputy who exceeded the duty requirements expected of his or her position in 2021 and has demonstrated a distinct pattern of community service coupled with professionalism and achievement. And I'd like to add compassion and a real feel for this community. I've known this person since he was a little boy. This award goes to Anthony Todaro.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. This really means a lot to me. You know, a little over 10 years ago, I walked into Joe's office. At the time, he was the undersheriff, and I just candidly said, "Hey, what do you think about me being a deputy someday?" And I was thinking down the road years, and he looked at me and said, "You know, Anthony, I've been waiting for you to ask me that question." And, you know, 10 plus years later, I'm standing in front of every one of you. And what this means to me is that I'm still learning on this job, and I get to learn every day from the great men and women that do this job, that have done it before me, and that are just brand new starting now. And so I think that's what just really keeps me going, and the enthusiasm that I have for the job and for this community and the place where we live. So it really does mean a lot to me. And you know, yeah, we just kind of continue with the guidelines set by the sheriff that this has been a 40-year social experiment that we kind of keep working on. So. Every day. So thank you, everyone. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Oh, Anthony.
Can I ask you a question?
Oh, let's get a picture before they all.
Yeah. There was also something about the number of your car.
7-6. Well, when I was finally offered the job, I asked Joe for 2 things. I asked him what he would be able to pay me, and I asked him if I could have the number 7-6. And if anyone here knows, that's Joe's number. And it's also the year that I was born here in Aspen in the old hospital down on Mill Street. So it really means a lot to me that I get to wear this badge number 7-6 and carry on the lineage. And that it was.
I thought it was the car. It was the badge, even more important.
Yeah.
Well, Anthony I met Anthony during Superfund. He was our one dirty kid. And it turned out that it was a lab error, so he was really the clean kid. But so I've kind of followed him since you were like 9 or 10, I think, at the time. So yeah, and it's great. This is really a great honor, and this is a perfect person, I think, to receive the first one. So thank you, Joey.
Thank you,
Anthony.
Thank you,
Thanks,
appreciate it.
Thanks for your service.
Thank you.
The next award we have is Detention Deputy of the Year, which, as all of you know, is not always the most recognizable job. It's not high profile. It's very behind the scenes. The Detention Deputy of the Year Award is given to the detention deputy in recognition of their stellar leadership in our industry and in keeping with the commitment and providing the leadership and local correction profession through high education, research, and best practices. This award is given to the detention deputy who has demonstrated exemplary service in the line of duty, and that goes to Mr. Mueller, James Mueller.
Thank you.
And I should, if James wants to speak, he's a little, I don't know that it's in his wheelhouse.
It's not, you are correct.
But some of these
For you.
people came to us
Thank
from
you.
Garfield County, and it really has been a blessing to have fully trained professional people that just want to walk into our jobs. I have heard from Sheriff Valerio a few times that the gravy train is turned off and stopped taking people, so we've gotten some really good deputies from Garfield County. So thank you, James.
Thank you. Thank you, James.
The next award I have is the Pickens County Sheriff's Office Supervisor of the Year. This award is presented to Pickens County Sheriff's Officer Supervisor who has demonstrated exceptional performance, service to the community, service to their peers, exceptional leadership, commitment to the profession of public safety, committed to the professional development of those around them, and impeccable public service. This person has done so much in the last few months behind the scenes. Kelly and John, we just got out of a jail meeting, and a lot of that information that we saw was compiled by the Supervisor of the Year, Dan Fallon.
Yay!
I don't really have much to say. I'm not really a talker. Just wanted to thank everybody because it was nominations from my peers like Anthony and James and everybody else that works at the sheriff's office, recognizing the work that I do, even though it's mostly behind the scenes. So thank you, and thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
And Dan, there's more cookies back there.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you all, congratulations.
So we have two people that aren't here today, and I'll save this for last. The dispatch deputy of the year. I think it's important that in the past, we had three divisions, the jail, communications, and patrol. And it was kind of a caste system, as you will. I believe now in parity, that we're all equal. We all get paid about relatively the same or in the same scale. But most importantly, I swear everyone who works in for me is a deputy. So whether you're a dispatcher or the sheriff, you're sworn in as a deputy, and we've eliminated the caste system. So this person is not here today. The Dispatch Deputy of the Year is presented to Pickens County Regional Emergency Dispatch Center, public safety communications professional that has demonstrated the highest level of personal and professional conduct and performance in the line of duty. The Dispatcher Deputy of the Year demonstrates superior performance above and beyond the normal expectations and has exceptional skills when performing her job. That's Nuvia Chaparro.
Oh, yay.
And I really wish this person was here today because I think this is a community award. We have one for the Public Safety Volunteer of the Year. And in my 37 years, I don't think there's been a backcountry rescue where I haven't seen this person's face, and just an amazing volunteer who is under the radar and asks for nothing back. This award is presented to Pickens County public safety individual outside the Pickens County Sheriff's Office who has demonstrated exceptional performance, service to the community, exceptional leadership, commitment, and profession to public safety, and impeccable public service. And that goes to Scott Messina, who is just an amazing man. So thank you all.
Joey?
Yeah, let's,
Picture of them maybe outside without masks, just like
oh.
that.
Can
Can we go
you can do
outside and
whatever
take a
you
quick
want, Greg.
snap? That way they can pull the masks off.
It's
Show
up
us-
to you.
All right,
Sure.
wait.
Let's see if
I
any
think Ms.
quick
Clapper has a
comments.
question.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Patty.
You know, as we do for so many of our awards, we have plaques with the little, are we gonna be doing that somewhere in your office or out in the entryway here or
First
something?
I've heard of it, not a bad idea.
Yeah.
It'll be a lonely plaque for
So
a
we
few
can
years,
see
but we
the
could start
tracking
one.
of names. I
Yeah.
think that would be a way to really publicly recognize.
What's that? Oh, to Lisa. I don't have a paper Oh, okay. So I'll just wing this one, which people tell me I'm best at anyway. We also had the Sheriff's Award. I chose somebody to be this, and this happens to come out of our dispatch division. This person has, it's no secret, we're understaffed out there. The communication specialists are hard to get all over the country. We're no different. But this person is a supervisor who spent time doing both their supervision duties and working the console, as we call it, which means taking calls and being on the radio. So she's juggling chainsaws most of the time, and that is Liesl Hatfield.
Yeah.
All right, well, we're so grateful to you all. We know we have
Thank
the
you,
best
guys.
staff.
Thanks, Dan. So is there anybody who could take the picture so we could go at the meeting so Greg didn't have to go out?
Well, it's okay. All right. So we will move on with our regular meeting agenda today, and I will turn to County Manager John Peacock. Do we have any additions or deletions to today's agenda?
Thanks, Kelly. We do have 2 deletions from today's agenda. The first is from the consent item, pulling the appointment of the Airport Advisory Board members pursuant to the board's conversation work session yesterday. We need to make some amendments to the bylaws, so we will do that concurrently at the first regular meeting in January. And then we also have the items regarding the airport housing leases from Jody. We have had a change in tenants to those, so we will be removing that item.
Wow.
And we will bring those back when new tenants have been confirmed.
Okay, so I'll note Greg has stepped out, and we have, I will look for a motion to amend the agenda to delete items 5 and 12, please.
So moved. I'll second.
Okay, thank you, Francie moved, Patty seconded. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
All right, let's go ahead and turn to public comment. This is an opportunity for any member of the public to address the BOCC of items that are not listed on our agenda for a public hearing today. And folks who would like to call in, you can do so now. The number is on the screen. And I will invite members here in the room who would like to address us to please come up.
Public comment is starting, and we deleted 2 items from the agenda.
slide a chair around? We can slide a chair.
I'm happy, I can do the chair, but I'm happy standing too.
4 to 6 inches from this
That'll be a
mic
good
is
place
really
to
our
put
only
Okay.
requirement.
I'll let him.
Yeah, the board just asked me, or
To leave it open.
someone just asked to open it, yeah.
Well, thank you for hearing us out we each have our 3 minutes, I guess, to hopefully solve the issue. Can you hear okay through this? thing?
Yeah, just make sure you give your name for the record.
Okay, I'm Marge Perry in Carbondale, and last February, let me see, I think I'm on the wrong page, we started to amend our easement with you all, and in the process of we're in the process of getting approvals for a 600 square foot residence next to our corral on the DeSandre parcel, or parcel C, on Cold Mountain Ranch. We've been unable to get that building permit due to bureaucratic holdups, and this has led to the discovery that code does not allow us to have a farm stay, which was in our original easement and in this current form, despite being approved in 2009 and in both it was in the easement and in the resolution, and reapproved this past summer. And flexibility is essential to agricultural sustainability. The cows don't always pay that well, and we have to have a few things to keep the ranch going. And the potential future uses that we included was a farm stay as well as a farm stand. They were approved, but after talking to Cindy and to Ryan Neely, it appears that our right for a farm stay is a catch-22. We can't get a building permit for the corral house without signing an agreement with the county restricting the 600 square foot house as a CDU. And we're reluctant to do this because we'd like the flexibility to use it as either for an employee or for a farm stay and the little 1,000 square foot farmhouse the same. Since we started this, our employee has gotten married, he's gonna have kids, and he may have to go into the slightly bigger 1,000 square foot house. And so we like the option of having that flexibility. And code dictates that a farm stay must be in the owner's residence. And in our case, it must be in parcel C, according to our easement. The county knew we didn't live in parcel C when we signed our easement. And it was our responsibility to understand the code. But there's so many conflicts between the code, the easement, and the resolution language. And we feel that we negotiated the conservation easement in good faith, and we expected the same. So we're asking for flexibility that we believe is written into the easement to accommodate our employee situation and as a way to keep the ranch economically viable. In last February, we started this process, so to us that seems like a long time ago. We voluntarily gave up an entire building envelope because of our concerns for protecting wildlife. Additionally, we voluntarily decreased the allowable house size from 5,750 to 3,500 square feet for all 5 potential houses as a way to address climate change, small way. We didn't ask for TDRs for removing that building site or the reduced square footage, despite the hot TDR market. Another problem we decided to tolerate in order for our daughter, who's also building, to get started was to just put up with the resolution the BOCC signed this past summer, which reduced the square footage more than we proposed because it added garages into the allowable square footage of that 3,500 square feet. And by code, garages up to 750 square feet are exempt from residential floor area calculations. So you want to take off?
Sure, if we're, limited by time, and thank you. And our problem, our
Just
timing
remember
is
the record,
probably,
please.
I'm
Sorry.
Bill Sales,
Yes.
Marge's husband,
Yes.
more importantly. Our problem's terrible with all this short-term rental controversy going on, but, so, let me just go. We had no input into and did not sign either the 2009 resolution accepting our conservation easement, or the resolution this summer that we did when we amended that conservation easement to decrease our retained rights. But we didn't expect them to differ from the resolution. We didn't expect it would be different than the conservation easement. Again, that's probably our mistake, that we were unaware of the county code and didn't see the resolution. Our easement appears to contradict code as it allows us to operate usual ranch operations such as hunting, fishing, and bed and breakfast. But the code prohibits a farm stay in the Desandry house, as we do not live in it. A sustainable ranching operation has to have flexibility to remain viable. Hunting, fishing, farm stays, wedding, multiple cabins, etc. But we've only asked for a farm stay and a farm stand, our normal agricultural activities, not multi-cabin resorts or other uses. Today, ranches have changed in order to attract committed workers. Different individuals on ranches run different phases of that ranch. They're responsible financially for their enterprise. Owners could not and should not, cannot, I guess, and should not do everything themselves, something that's required by the farm stay regulation. And so, importantly, ranchers, ourselves included, have always provided housing for their own employees. But employee housing needs vary depending on whether the employee is 19 and single or older with a family. Flexibility is critical for us to be able to have a sustainable ranching operation. We really need to build this winter, as it's important to have Oliver, our employee, who's also Marge's great-nephew, on the ranch. If we have late night calving difficulties, if something gets out on the highway in the middle of the night, we need to have them available. But our window for construction and for pouring concrete is shutting fast. We need the building permit, but we do not want to sign a document limiting us more than we agreed to in our conservation easement. We'd really like to resolve this, and I thank you for your time and for listening, and hopefully we can work out something that's satisfactory to everybody.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. I don't, of course, we can't fully dive into all of this right now, but I wonder, John Elliott, can you propose what a path forward might be to further discuss or resolve this dispute?
Sure. This is the first I've heard of the problems that the Fales are having down there. I just assumed that the situation was running along smoothly simply because the county actions had been completed. What I can do though is I can take a look at it and I'll go over the items, in other words, the documents in question, take a look at what kind of problems we have and what can be resolved given the action of the board and given the dialogue on the conservation easement amendments, and maybe I can work that out. The only thing that I wouldn't be able to do is push ahead a building permit. That's out of my range of abilities. I assume that the permits are being processed first come in the door and first processed kind of a thing. And I know that the building department is pressed with a lot of permits that are coming in. So with that exception, I think I could take a look at this stuff and work with the Fales to try to figure out how we can put this all to bed.
Okay. John, can you, I'll go to board members too, but can you report out to us quickly by email, since we don't have another meeting scheduled to hear as a whole board?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Francie, then Patty?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I spoke to Suzanne about it, John, so she is familiar with the conundrum.
Okay,
Thanks.
Thanks, Francie. Patty?
Yeah, and John, I understand and totally understand that your inability to push through building permits, but, we did agree, the board did agree when we did the conservation easement to expedite the building permit for your daughter's house, and the expedited process didn't seem to be very expeditious. So I think that, yeah, John, go ahead.
Yeah, no, now that you mentioned that, I recall that as well. There was the dialogue there with the board of trying to get a permit out. I think it was just because of a change of, living situation for the kids involved that they needed to, get on the property and get situated and so forth. But at any rate, I'll look into that to the extent that I can and report back to the board.
Yeah, and I would like to just see, since we do have a little bit of quieter time, and not that this year or past year and the year before that have been quiet. So maybe we can see what we can do to push your review and the building permit process, just to see if we can all get on the same, literally, it seems, on the same page. If the two documents are different, we need to resolve that and clarify that. And I'm hoping that it won't be a very lengthy process, that it's something we might be able to look at and wrap up quickly. So thanks for everybody's efforts.
Did you have any comment? Greg, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just wondering, did the priority of your permit get bumped because of this issue? Is it just been tabled, I think, or?
I think this is a code issue right now that has come up, and I know Ryan and Cindy have been involved in that conversation versus a building permit processing
Right.
question
Okay,
at this
all right.
point.
The building permit process would come after, and the daughter's building permit has already been issued, and she's moving forward.
She's
So
already.
that's
okay,
over
the
here,
one
and
like
this
that.
is over
I
there.
do want to take a moment to clarify that, though, for anyone listening, that our interest and willingness to prioritize their daughter's building permit was because of the generous exchange that they made in their conservation, in their open space master plan, to further reduce built square footage and to further conserve more land. So I don't want people to have the impression that there's sort of one-off picking and choosing of who we request to be expedited or not.
Thanks for clarifying
Great,
that.
thank you, yeah.
Okay,
that
so
was my question.
we'll continue to work with staff on getting a response and moving the conflicts
Thanks.
to resolution.
John, I see Rye's joining. I just wanted to make sure they had my contact information. I know Rye does, and I think John does from past times.
I'm sure we'll
Oh,
know
yeah.
how to find
You know how to
you.
get a hold of me.
And thank you,
All right.
guys. Please be
Thanks
safe
for
back on
coming
the
in.
highway.
Happy holidays.
And happy holidays. It was really nice to see you.
All right, and I know we have City Councilor Rachel Richards here for public comment as well. Come on up. Nice to see you. Bless you.
Bless you.
Thank you all so much, and congratulations on your last meeting of the year. Is it on?
Leave that.
Okay, and congratulations on the solar farm. I thought that was really great to go forward in your ceremony with the sheriffs here. I hope to take just a couple moments to talk about your upcoming work on short-term rentals, and I know this is not the public hearing, so I wanted to give you a few things to consider before you get that point. Particularly, I think it's worth looking at what is the original mitigation that has been made on these residential uses, because they're now being turned into commercial activities and commercial uses, which drive a great number of different demands and impacts on our community. Particularly, I'd like to point out that a resident pays residential property taxes, not the type of commercial property taxes that little mini hotels should be paying. And this is going to affect a great number of your funds, whether it's a Healthy Community Fund, whether it's RAFTA, or the Open Space and Trails, because they're going to be paying property tax at a residential rate while they're hosting different families 30, 40, 50 weeks a year, and the demand for rangers, for trail monitoring, for those sort of things will increase. The same with the demand for employees, and the same with the demand for the employees' human services from the Healthy Community Fund. RAFTA is likely to get particularly hit, as we know that this is not on a RAFTA route. There's already been requests that RAFTA begin servicing Red Mountain, but yet the property taxes would be paid at a residential rate. This also affects the school, the ambulance, and the fire district. So I think that's really worth taking a good look at. You know, we're all reading about the great resignation and the employee shortage, but what I'm reading about more now is the great realignment, where people are taking similar jobs at higher paying positions. And hotel maintenance people are Red Mountain maintenance people. Restaurant chefs are private chefs. This is where the economy is going because they can pay endless amounts that the restaurants and retail businesses can't pay. So I know you're short on employees. The city's short of employees. City Market closes their deli counter after lunch because they can't even get enough employees to keep the seafood out on the shelf. You know, this is where we need to see increased mitigation for any sort of STR permits and a definite consultation with your residents, your City of Aspen County residents, about what impacts this is going to cause at the entrance to Aspen, our transportation, and our parking systems. Right now, I think a full study of what would the transportation impacts of seeing the majority of Red Mountain become short-term rentals with weekly turnovers, and what should that impact fee be for one of those sort of permits. It's a little concerning as a resident to, and I'm speaking as a resident, I am not speaking for council, please be totally clear on that, that I'm going to absorb the impacts from all this unmitigated growth. It's almost as if they're being recategorized as hotels. And we don't have the resources to build the housing that our community needs today. We don't have the resources for all the childcare our community needs today. And we're watching the great retirement of people in free market homes, as is their right. And I appreciate that, but that's valley-wide. So there's no more depending on the workforce from down valley. There are far better paying jobs. They're closer to home. There's great recreational amenities in the Mid-Valley, and Aspen just isn't the hot place to work anymore for many people for many reasons. Today's Daily News has a great story about the immigrant leaving Colorado and leaving the Western United States because the jobs just aren't worth it anymore with the housing issues that we have. So I really appreciate your time. And I know this is a big, complicated, tough issue. We clearly know it's a big, complicated, tough issue. I think we may be seeing some legislation at the state, whether it fails or succeeds this year. But there are discussions about a different property tax classification for things that are residential that have become commercial in essence. And they're competing unfairly with the small lodges that we do have remaining. There's been a lot of efforts to try to shave the small lodges. But how do you save a small lodge when properties surrounding them can rent and only pay residential property taxes, and they have to pay 3 times as much at a commercial rate. So please stop and define all the impacts to the funds, to the community, to transportation. Look for what is the alignment with the Aspen Area Community Plan and the cap of visitors and how we expect our communities to grow. Try to look back to the definition of quiet enjoyment on residential properties, because the neighbors of these properties will often be faced with higher increased taxes. This is particularly true, one last little example, of when the county assessor reassesses the properties every 2 years. And when outside forces have come in and bought properties for their rental income, and they're willing to pay X amount more over listing price or what standard is, because it's no longer valued as a home, it's being valued as an income-producing commercial property. When the reassessment occurs, the true residents who are still living in their homes are going to see their property taxes raised based on the market prices and the market conditions. So your remaining residents are going to be paying more, and in the end of the day, they may be asked to pay more with higher mill levies to make up for the lack of contribution by all these new commercial activities that demand services. They demand sheriff services, they demand ambulance services, they will demand all the services that are provided in the county. So please define both the pros and what potential community benefits you see before advancing your regulations in January. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Rachel.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel.
Well said.
And I would just like to comment, so you may or may not know, I sit on a statewide committee, which is a task force on tax policy, and we have been charged with wrestling with the property taxation of short-term rentals. So this is a very active conversation. I would love to send you the white paper I wrote on all this to sort of help the committee's work move forward, and we expect legislation that I would think the city would weigh in on.
Yeah, I'd heard earlier on there was some discussions with an interim committee, and they kind of pushed that one to the side, but I'm not sure if work is continuing, and I am expecting that perhaps even if a group like CML has not taken it up, individual legislators will, and there'll be a chance to weigh in on it.
Yeah, there will
And
be.
like most of the tricky issues, it may take more than one session.
Yeah. Well,
So again, thank you for
Great
your
to see
time
you.
and your service throughout the year.
Thanks, Rachel. Good to see you.
Thank you. Have a good holiday.
Okay, let's check and see if anyone has joined us online for public testimony. If you have called in for public comment, I would ask you to go ahead and use *9 to raise your hand. Again, this is for comment for items not posted for public hearing on our agenda today. There's a few phone numbers here, 9918 and 4785. If you wish to make public comment to the board, please press *9 or use your unmute. And I'll just give it a second.
Can I just add, Skylar, when next year when we start meetings, I'm gonna need to have that posted up on the screen, because I won't be zooming in, I'll just be running the meeting from the grassroots. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
I'm preparing, planning ahead.
So, not seeing any folks who wish to provide additional public comments, so I will go ahead and close the general public comment and bring it to board commissioner comments. Patty?
Yes, first and foremost, please be safe out there in our beautiful environment. The streets, the sidewalks, anything and everything is extremely slippery. We had an accident in my neighborhood which required a call to the ambulance for transport to the emergency room of an elderly gentleman. So please, it is slick out there, both walking, driving, thinking it's slippery. So enjoy, but please be safe. The other thing is I want to wish everyone a very happy holiday season. The board will be available during the holidays. We just won't be having public meetings until after the new year, correct? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so, but we will all be around. If anyone needs to contact us, you can always get our contact information off the county website. And again, just a very happy holiday season, and please a very safe and wonderful 2022.
Thanks, Patty. Other commissioner comments? Greg?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Kelly, and thanks, Patty, for that. I just wanted to remind everyone that, let's see, the mobile vax clinic is today, 9 to 4, in Carbondale. Oops, and I just popped the weather closure.
I was just
Sorry,
gonna say
you were
there's
just
a
gonna
weather
tell me that.
closure. Sorry about that.
Okay, yep. So the one I really meant to talk about, since that was on the calendar, is on December 20th, we're having a large-scale vaccination clinic for ages 12 plus, booster shots, Monday, December 20th, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. at the Aspen High School
I
Gymnasium.
am signed up.
And you can make an appointment. It doesn't say it's full yet. Hopefully it won't be. I think they had 500 Moderna boosters, so this is Moderna. But we're still pushing to get people vaccinated. As well, Pitkin County Public Health ages 5 to 11 booster clinic, or Vax clinic, Monday, December 20th, 2 p.m. to 6 at the high school gymnasium. That's going to be pediatric Pfizer doses, open to 11. Then the last thing, and if you go on our website, you'll see more vaccination clinics. The Board of Health, by the way, is sending a holiday letter to the paper, kind of a year-end letter, which we'll share with all of you. So we'll see that soon. That's my, I think that's it for me.
All right, thank you, Greg. Francie or Steve? Steve?
Thank you, and I'm sorry I'm not there in person. I was down at my bus stop ahead of the bus's schedule, and I think the bus driver probably had a lead foot today and was ahead of schedule. I stood there a long time and then came home to get on the Zoom call. So I did try to come in person for this last meeting of this calendar year. When we're thinking about vaccinations, don't forget to get your flu shot this year. The flu traditionally causes, on tens of thousands of Americans to die every year, just in a normal year. And you might think you're protected by, if you get your COVID shot, you could still catch the flu, and it can be very serious sometimes. So don't forget to get both of the vaccinations while you're at it. It's very important. I very well remember times in my life when I had bad cases of the flu. It's etched in my head how miserable I felt for that. And I get my flu vaccination every year because it's a preventative thing. It greatly reduces the chance that you will get the flu, or if you do get the flu, that it'll be much less severe and you'll recover more quickly. So I wish everybody also happy holidays. If you want some good holiday cheer, go to the Aspen Choral Society website and listen to the Messiah, either last year's all virtual one, or I think soon they'll have this year's performances posted on there on a YouTube. And I think that this year's performance of the Messiah was the best one we have ever had. It was just extraordinary, and there were people actually crying in the audience. It was so beautiful. So if you want to pick me up for the holiday season, check out the Messiah. It's really good. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Steve. Watching it last year was a highlight of the holidays for me, so I will check that out. Francie, do you have anything today? Go ahead.
I just wanted to wish happy holidays to everybody, let you all know we got a really crazy snow squall down here this morning that was very intense, and we got more snow out of it than anybody expected, so it's white again. Maybe we're going to have a white Christmas after all, and I hope everybody enjoys the holidays.
Great, thanks, Francie. Yeah, enjoy it. Enjoy it. I wish we got more up here. And I'll just take a minute. I want to just reflect a little bit on, the last year. We started the year off in kind of a rough shape, with really high COVID numbers, really difficult community conversations, a unexpected gas line sabotage over cold nights. We experienced flooding that was devastating, some fire scares again this summer, some lows that it's hard to, you don't want to feel like this is a new norm. I remain hopeful that we'll maybe have some calmer years ahead, but as we always do, I feel like our community really pulled together, and we also have things to celebrate. I think our our nationwide high for our vaccination rates is really something to celebrate. This is the way out of the pandemic. And so thank you to all who've done that and who continue to get boosters and or get vaccinated for the first time. And I want to just celebrate kind of our frontline workers who I think have really dealt with the brunt of some of what's been really toughest over the last year, and to think about them during this holiday season, because for some of us, we get to relax and take time to enjoy our closest friends and family, and others are really working to make that possible for others, and don't get the same kind of peace and calm. And you know, I check in whenever I'm around town, and I know there's just still a pulse of anxiety, and I think, you know, little extensions of kindness go a long way, whether it's a kind word or a small tip or a gesture. So I know as a community we do that regularly, and I think in the holiday season it can bring a lot of joy for everyone. So thank you all. I'm wishing you all good holidays and a happy new year, and look forward to seeing you all in 2022. Okay, so with that, let's go ahead and move to our consent calendar. I will check in with board members. Are there items that any board members would like to pull? We've deleted item number 5 for today. So we have the minutes of December 1, the approval of 2022 ambulance licenses, a resolution approving the increase in the number of precincts, and a hearing officer determination on an abatement petition. Steve.
I would like to pull the item number 3 on the number of precincts. I'd like a little bit of more explanation on that for the public's sake, and so we can see where the new lines are.
Great, Steve. And we have several presenters here to handle that, so that sounds good. Any other items? All right, then I will look for a motion to approve the minutes, the ambulance license, and the hearing officer's determination on abatement.
So moved.
Seconded then.
All right, thank you, Patty. Thank you, Greg. Any further discussion on those items?
Well, thanks I see Richard Cornelius there. Thank him for zooming in for this meeting that he won't need to speak now, but it's good to see you.
And a shout out for all your work at Roaring Fork Rescue.
Thank you, Richard.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, I'm sitting in a car between meetings. I did, if I could please, I would like to withdraw the recommendation for the 2022 ambulance service license and ambulance permits for EMS Unlimited or Event Medical Solutions Unlimited. As I indicated in our letter, we did complete the annual inspections. Unfortunately, I was in a bit of a time crunch to get the letter to all of you to make the packet. And unfortunately, I did have some outstanding documents that I requested, and I do not have a complete application. So I would recommend that the 2022 annual ambulance service license and ambulance permits for EMS Unlimited or Event Medical Services Unlimited is reconsidered in the future, perhaps at your January meeting, when I can require the documents that were not submitted.
Okay,
So that
so
means-
should we pull that then for further discussion since we'll have amendments? Okay, so I'll look for a substitute.
Yeah, I will,
Motion.
so I will amend my motion to exclude the ambulance licensing item on the consent agenda.
I'll second that.
Okay, and then, Richard, if you could just hold on the line, because we will have a discussion about it, and so we can get any language correct if we have questions.
I was just concerned about the actual timing on this. We don't want to run up against a
No
deadline of
licenses.
some sort. So you have to let us know what your drop dead timeline is on this. Can it get run out
We'll
for
just
months on
discuss
end?
it. Let's just
Yeah.
approve the consent, and then we'll take this up right away.
Yeah.
As a just point of order. Okay, so let's vote on the amendment to the motion. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye, okay, thank you. Okay, let's go ahead then and,
We need to vote on the motion as amended. So I'll make a
Understood
motion if
that.
I need to do that, but I don't think
so
I
we
did.
just need to approve the 2 items on the
Yeah.
consent agenda.
Which
Okay,
would be
I'll
the
look for a motion to approve the minutes and the hearing officer's determination.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, Patty, thank you, Greg. Any discussion on those two items on the consent agenda? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, thank you. So now let's go into discussion on the approval of the 2022 ambulance licenses. So, Richard Cornelius, would you go ahead, please, and just give us that description again, and then we'll make sure we have the correct process moving forward.
Sure, I would just like to withdraw the recommendation to approve the 2022 ambulance service license and ambulance permits for EMS Unlimited or Event Medical Services Unlimited. As I indicated, we did complete the annual inspections for those ambulances that they did wish to permit. However, I did not receive all of the required documentation. I did request that prior to this meeting. Unfortunately, I did not receive it, and that is why I'm making the recommendation that those ambulance permits in the annual service license is not approved. However, if I do receive the required documents, which just for your reference, that includes the vehicle registrations, the vehicle insurance, the mechanical inspection, in addition to the BLS and ALS equipment inspections that were already completed by Picken County MTAC, I would make a recommendation that the annual ambulance license and vehicle permits or ambulance permits are approved for EMS Services Unlimited.
Okay. Questions for Richard? Go ahead.
Yeah,
Patty.
I have more of a question for John Ely. So then, John, should we just vote to delete this item from our agenda and have it brought back the first of the year?
Yeah, I think you can go ahead and just deal with the other licenses that are recommended for approval.
Yeah.
And the one for EMS to be continued, well, to whenever, Richard, whenever you think you want to handle that in January.
Sure. And just so this group knows, the primary ambulance service providers in Picken County are Aspen Ambulance District and Roaring Fork Fire Rescue Authority. Mm-hmm. So the recommendation to push this back to a future BOCC meeting will not impact any of those services. Event Medical Services, or excuse me, EMS Unlimited is working in the county for interfacility transports in special events. But as you saw in the letter, there are specific conditions and requirements that are recommended. So this would not interrupt the emergency medical services that are provided to Picken County.
Okay, that's important clarification. Other questions? And I've just put on the board here, these are the ones that we would approve then today, and we would not approve the others. So, to clarify for board members.
So just make sure that's correct before I make a motion. I don't want to be coming back to miss. So are these the licenses that are correct that we should be approving or discussing approval today and moving the other ones forward to the first of the year? Is there anything we're missing?
No, so the letter that you're sharing on the screen, that is the recommendation for Aspen Ambulance District, Roaring Fork Fire Rescue Authority for the ambulance annual license, and then the permits for the specific ambulances that are listed.
Okay.
Then Richard, I have a question regarding the timing of the others. Would that be important to do prior to the X Games event?
That should not impact the services that are provided to X Games. That's traditionally covered by Aspen Ambulance District and Roaring Fork Fire Rescue Authority. The EMS Unlimited ambulance license and ambulance permits, that's in place. So in the event that we have situations where we need special event coverage that our services are not able to provide, or an interfacility transport that is not available because the Aspen Ambulance District perhaps is already on other interfacility transport. So we just wanted another option for those very limited circumstances. But regarding X Games, that should not have any impact on X Games coverage.
Great. Okay, thank you. Any further questions from board members? Okay, then I will look for a motion to approve the ambulance service licenses for Aspen Ambulance District, Advanced Life Support License, Roaring Fork Fire Rescue, Advanced Life Support License, as well as the ambulance permits for Aspen Ambulance District vehicles, Medic 93, 94, 95, 96, and Roaring Fork Fire Rescue Authority ambulances 1203, 1204, 2202, 2203, 3201, and 3202.
Very good. I will make that motion because it was so well presented.
Thank you.
That was easy for
Okay.
Glad you did that, not me.
No problem. We'll be clear what we're doing today, right?
I'm gonna be checking the numbers on these ambulances now.
All right. Thank you, Patty, and thank you, Greg. Any further discussion? Okay. Thanks again to Richard. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Thanks, Richard. Be safe out there.
Okay.
Thanks,
Thank you
Richard.
very much. Happy holidays.
Have a good
you
holiday.
too. All right, and if I could invite our clerk and recorder and staff to come on up and ask to present on the resolution increasing the number of precincts within Picken County.
So my name is Janice Voss Caudell. I'm the Picken County Clerk and Recorder. And with me is,
Mary Lackner, GIS.
and Steve, you had a question. Do you want us to present or do you want us to answer your question? How would you like us to proceed?
Well, I would like to see the map of the two precincts that are being split in two for just to make, so we're more familiar with it, but also for the public benefit for people watching. And then also explain, with two more precincts, then there will be more precinct meetings necessary. And, you know, the election procedure will be a little different for people who live in those precincts. So if you could explain that.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is start with the resolution, which states the laws that we're following and why we're moving forward with this. And then what I'll do is Mary will, we can bring up the
I can
maps
also share
of
if it's easy to
attachment
do.
F and G, which shows more clearly the splits. So after the most recent federal decennial census, clerk and recorders review the voter registration counts in each precinct. And when we show the maps, there are two precincts that are over the 1,500 voter registration limit. So I want to thank Mary and Clint Anderson in my office. They worked very hard this last summer in plotting all the active registered voters from May and coming up with several different options. And the options we are presenting to you is the cleanest. We reviewed it with John Ely, Kelly McNicholas Curry, McIreland, et cetera. And it prepares us the best and most effective way moving into the future. So again, 1,500 registered voters per precinct. I will be reporting to the Secretary of State after approval. We have to have everything programmed in the addressing system 29 days before the caucus, or May 1st. So by the end of January, we have to have everything programmed. It takes anywhere from 80 to 160 hours to program. So we will be programming, or Clint will be programming throughout the month of January in order to meet the deadlines for the caucuses. So that leads me into explaining caucuses. So we have 10 precincts in Picken County, and what we're proposing is 12 because we're splitting two precincts in order to abide by the 1,500 registered voter population. And in caucus, you would more than, and I have never been to a caucus, so perhaps anyone that has been on this, in this group can explain more, but instead of having 10 tables representing each precinct, you will now have 12 tables representing each precinct. After we approve today, I will forward all the maps to the Secretary of State. The board is required to do so, but I'm happy to do that for you. And I will be contacting the party chairs within the next 5 days as well to let them know that we'll have 12 precincts instead of 10. So I hope that answers an overview of an explanation of what you were asking for.
Wait, you have a question?
Yeah, thank you. Janice, Mary, thank you. This is fun. And you've got a great precinct map here. I'm really enjoying looking at it. My question would be, I noticed that Precinct 9, Snowmass Village, an area is about 113 people away from the threshold. will will 9 be splitting anytime soon, and do you have to wait? Does it make sense to split it sooner, or perhaps it doesn't? I guess it wouldn't, but I'm just wondering if you're anticipating coming back to us to split 9 anytime
Okay,
soon.
so in order to answer your question, you are looking at the map that is up.
I can put up
attachment A.
whatever you want.
I think he
Well,
was looking at D, but E is where the current one will be, I believe, that shows the 12 precincts.
Yeah, E is the.
Okay, so I have to move on to the next
And
one.
that 9 only has 1,057 votes on the new precinct map.
Oh, it does, okay. All right, so problem solved. I just didn't get to that one.
It's an easy split. We went from 10 precincts, and the 2 precincts that were overpopulated were 6 and 7. We simply
Right.
split them in half. Now we have 12 precincts. So it's a pretty clean cut. And I think these counts best prepare us for the next 10 years when we take a look at this again. Not that we won't look at them prior. We also have looked at and discussed population increases in different areas. So please know that those were part of our communications.
Great, thank you.
Patty.
Yeah, what happened, I just was involved with a recent discussion with Elizabeth Garner from the state demographer. And they are doing a census review, and I've talked with Mick Ireland also, as to some areas that we think are blatantly missed during the census. I know it's gonna take a while for that, if ever, for them to come back and allow us to reevaluate that and maybe find these pockets of population that weren't accounted for. Will that change these numbers? Because I think some of the pockets might be in some of these areas of concern. You don't think it's gonna be great enough to change them?
Sure, I'm glad you asked that because I did mention earlier, precincts are based on active registered voters. Okay, so we work with the counts from our registration list.
Not the direct
Board of-
census.
Good question, though. Board of County Commissioners, we will be readdressing that early next year, 2023, and that is based on census.
Okay.
And because the census was late this year, and because of the congressional the drawing in Senate, that is why we didn't address redrawing the lines if we should do so for the Board of County Commissioners. So that is Board of County Commissioners based on census, exactly what you're speaking to. And you'll see us next year in January 2023.
So hopefully by then, but we don't know, will resolve these questions that I know that we're posing about pockets of population, not voter registration, population that's been missed within our county. Okay.
Thanks for bringing that
Okay.
up, because it's easy
Just
to get.
so that we all know, we're counting one with apples, we're counting the other with oranges.
Exactly.
And right now, we've got a lot of missing oranges.
Okay, any other questions on this item? I guess I'll just note for people interested in sort of, around the country, you hear about precinct reporting, precinct polling places, things like that. That applies less to to Colorado because we vote at vote centers and have vote by mail. So just want to throw that little nuance out there. All right, other thoughts,
Yeah,
Steve?
so the main impact really on this is on the party leaders they have to get more precinct officers they'll have to get 2 more sets of precinct leaders to lead the caucus process during the election process. And that will really be the biggest impact on anybody, will be on the party leaders.
Well, there's also impact on our production and styles of ballots, et cetera, but I won't go into that. But you're absolutely right. Instead of having 10 tables, they'll have 12 tables. And again, I'll contact them on your behalf within the next 5 days, and I'll also send all the reports and maps into the Secretary of State on your behalf as well.
And real quick, do we know when those precinct caucuses are set, the date?
I do know that the Democrats are planning on the 5th, which is a Saturday afternoon. I'm in communication with the Republicans, and I haven't heard back yet.
5th of January?
Of March.
Oh, March, I'm thinking. 5th of January, that's like a couple weeks away. Okay, March. Oh, that's when.
I believe they're doing the caucuses and the assembly on the same day.
Interesting.
which I think the Republicans have done in the past. in these
And Kelly and I will be in Washington DC on the 4th, so we're gonna have to do a red-eye shuttle.
Okay. Any other questions for Janice? All right, then I will, did you have some?
No.
Okay, then I will look for a motion to approve the resolution approving an increase in the number of precincts within Pickens County.
So moved.
Thank you, Greg. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Patty.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Janice.
Thanks,
Nice
Janice.
to
Oh,
see
we need to
you.
vote.
Happy
Have a good holiday,
Yes,
Mary
I
and
will,
Janice.
but she is leaving.
I know.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Thanks, guys. Thanks, Lynn.
They're in the back there. Yes, go, please. Okay, so that has concluded our consent agenda. Let's go to item number 6, which is an individual consideration item, a first reading to set for public hearing on January 12th. And this is an ordinance of the BOCC approving a second amendment to ordinance number 21, 2017, and approving an amended lease agreement between Jedediah Aspen and Board of County Commissioners for food and beverage concession at the Aspen-Pickens County Airport. And we have our airport director, Dan Bartholomew, here with us in the room. Hi, Dan.
Good
Dan,
afternoon.
we've been seeing so
Hi.
much of you.
I know. Never
Most-
boring at the airport, right?
Yes.
All right.
Well, good afternoon, Dan Bartholomew, Aspen-Pickens County Airport Director. This is an amendment to the lease with Jedediah Aspen at the Aspen-Pickens County Airport. We're really adjusting their lease here for time only. All the other stipulations in their lease remain the same. What the purpose of this is to align their lease with the state of Colorado liquor license timeframe. It's very difficult to change the date on a liquor license. It's easier for us and probably less of a hassle for us and Jedediah to amend the lease. We're changing it. Typically, the lease as it sits right now is from August 1st to a July 31st date. We're just asking that it be slid to be from December 14th around to December 13th of the following year. So really, in a sense, we're adding on an additional 4.5 months to their lease. They still will have the option of 2 one-year optional amendments moving forward from that, et cetera. So this is really just adjusting the time.
So, could
Patty,
the
go ahead.
purpose is just to keep it in alignment so that.
Just to mirror the two up, exactly. Just, it makes the process much easier.
And it makes sense.
It does, it really does.
Unless we want to get rid of Jedediah at the end of the summer.
I think
But-
I think we still have an opt-out in the contract.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep.
And I'm not saying.
You just made him, you just made him very nervous.
Yeah. Okay, other questions for Dan? Was this Rhea with Jedediah?
That is, yes.
Rhea, did you have anything else to offer?
Ooh, good afternoon. Thank you. I don't think I have anything else to add, but it is simply because we can't get a the liquor license we have to have a lease through the entire term of the liquor license. So we're hoping that this makes it easier to get that for this coming year. And that's it. And we do hope to be here long after August 1st. So want to get that out there too.
I guess my question is then, moving forward, would the liquor license application, they would be then compelled for the liquor license application to line up with the timing of the lease?
And it was, and Pickens County helps them with their liquor license,
Yeah.
so they would line up.
Okay. Other questions? All right, I'm not seeing any. Is there a motion to approve, oops, sorry, no, this is a public hearing, okay. Is there a motion to approve this on first reading and set for public hearing on January 12th?
So moved.
Second.
Right. Patty and Greg want to get out of here today.
Well, we just have a lot to discuss later on today.
All
so
right,
this
any
was
further
easy.
discussion? Steve?
Well, I want to put in a good word for Jedediah's. When I've gotten things there at the airport, I've really liked it. I think it's good food and I enjoy the service there, so. And people have more room to spread out now than they used to, which helps, I think helps a little bit.
Well, thank you very much for the compliment. I appreciate it.
All right, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you, happy holidays.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Have a good season.
All right, Dan, is that it for you
Yeah,
today?
oh, thank you.
Oh,
No, he's-
I'll be
he's-
back.
He's here with us for the duration
Yes,
of the
we got an
meeting.
emergency grant and all sorts of stuff. Okay. All right, see you later, Dan.
Okay.
All right, the next item up is item number 7. This is also a first reading to set for public hearing January 12th. A resolution of the BOCC approving a grant agreement with the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment for additional funding to support local public health care services. Hi, Suzuho. Nice to see you.
Oh, thanks, Kelly. Good afternoon, everyone. Suzuho Shimasaki, Deputy Director of Pitkin County Public Health. We shared some of this information during our budget presentation a couple months ago as well, but just to remind folks, during the 2021 legislative session, there's a Senate Bill 243 that was passed, which requires General Assembly to appropriate approximately $21 million to really support public health infrastructure. So we're really excited about this. And 10 million of that will be coming to local public health agencies over the next 10 million per year for the next 3 years. The appropriations for 2021 and 2022, the 2021 to 2022 state fiscal year is coming from the Economic Recovery and Relief Cash Fund and pursuant to the federal ARPA, American Rescue Plan Act. So based on the algorithms that CDPHE, the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, have used to figure out allocations for each of the local public health agencies, Pitkin County has been awarded $60,531 for this state fiscal year, so through the end of June 2022. And we're anticipating a similar amount for each of the subsequent 2 years as well. They may slightly change the algorithm, so there might be a little bit of a difference, but approximately $60,000 for the second and third year of this grant funding. There's several kind of different ARPA funding categories that we were able to select from, and Pitkin County applied for this using the category of other public health services. We feel very fortunate to have been allotted quite a few grants to support our COVID staffing, and so this is actually the second most frequently, or the second largest category that was selected by other LPHAs across Colorado as well, and we hope to use these funds to support the planning analyst position if that's fully approved by the BOCC this afternoon. There are likely going to be some funds remaining between this and the preventative block grant funds that were approved last month for us to accept to support this planning analyst position. So we'll also put some of the funding towards the various activities that we will be carrying out next year for our community health assessment process that we have to do every 5 years. In regards to the deliverables, they're pretty minimal. We have a quarterly reimbursement invoice that we need to submit to CDPHE, and then also submit reports on our programmatic performance indicators. Both are pretty standard, and we don't anticipate that taking up too much of our staff time, and really see this as a grant that will help further the work that the department's been wanting to do for a few years now to make sure that we are following the core public health services that we are required by statute to provide. I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, questions for Suzuho on this? All right, I'm not seeing any. Thank you for all of your hard work, Suzuho. Is there a motion to approve the resolution approving the grant agreement?
I'll make that motion. Thank
Greg.
you. Set for public hearing January 12th.
And I'll second the motion with a comment.
Go ahead, Patty.
Suzuho, thank you. As always, the board always appreciates being asked to accept money. And so thank you. And do have a good holiday.
All right, any other further comments? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you, Suzuho. Pardon me. I choked on it. I just had one of
Just
Kelly's
cookies.
cookies. I had 3 of her cookies, to be truthful.
And they made you choke?
No,
Was
they
that
did
good?
not make me choke. They actually, I want another one. I'm going to try and resist. But thank you, Suzuho.
All right,
See you
thank you,
soon.
Suzuho.
Thanks, Greg. Thanks, everyone. Happy holidays.
We voted, right?
Did we vote on that? I think we
I
did.
think I called the vote.
Did we?
No, let's.
Aye.
Aye.
Well, let's do it again. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
I think we did, but we'll make sure.
What if we vote twice on something? What does that mean?
It means we're very careful.
Okay, on to item number 8. This is a first reading and set for public hearing on January 26th. Ordinance of the BOCC amending Title VI of the Pickens County Code to adopt laws pertaining to the licensing and regulation of short-term rental of lodging units and residential properties. And John Ely has been our staff point of contact through all the many meetings we've had on this. So John, please take it away.
I'm just gonna grab a cookie.
So Commissioners, as introduced by Kelly just now, the item in front of you is a first reading on an ordinance that would amend the Pickens County Code, particularly Title VI of the county code having to do with health and safety. And the amendment would add a new section to that title that would deal with the short-term rental licensing and regulation activity and program of the county. So I guess I should mention too, the second reading has been noticed for the second meeting in January, Wednesday, January 26th. It was thought earlier in the month that it would be best to put that second reading off a little bit longer, just so that people had a chance to read the proposed regulation after adoption on first reading, and have a chance to assimilate the language therein, and also to try to get some questions, preliminary questions answered perhaps, and then to get fully engaged in the process after the holiday break and the holiday season. So the regulation is something new for the county. Most people don't realize that the county does not have the ability to license businesses consistent with the way that municipalities in the state of Colorado can license business activities. The counties in the state can only license those activities that are particularly specified by the legislature. And in 2020, that specific designation was expanded to include the activity and associated with short-term rentals. The legislation that was adopted in 2020 by the state legislature was actually initiated on concerns other than what have been discussed already in our numerous work sessions and have been brought out by public comment regarding short-term rentals. It really focused on the collection of sales tax. The problem that was being expressed to the state legislature, primarily from Summit County, had to do with the fact that this inability to license and to otherwise monitor the activity of short-term rentals within the county was hampering their ability to collect sales tax. As a consequence, there was an inequity when you look at the activity itself, the short-term rental activity, as to what types of facilities or business activities were paying sales tax on a regular basis, typically motels, hotels, lodges, bed and breakfasts, established facilities and business operations as those, whereas the short-term rental activity was something that was exploding on the marketplace, and it was moving so quickly that short-term rentals were being offered and money was being accepted in exchange for the rental of these properties without the ability of the state to collect sales tax revenues. So as a consequence, the bill that was adopted in 2020 was moving through the legislature, and the county participated in that effort. My recollection is that the participation was through CCI as an organization, and Kelly was participating in that to a great extent. And what the Pickens County's position was, well, don't just stop at allowing counties to regulate and to license short-term rentals as a business enterprise, expand the county's ability to license businesses on a full slate of potential activities similar to municipalities. That was not met with much affirmative, acceptance, I guess, that it moved forward. However, Kelly and CCI were able to lobby for the ability to not only license short-term rentals, but to regulate them. And of course, the power to regulate is the power to deny. And so that now we can get at many of the other incidences or effects associated with short-term rentals through our licensing and regulatory regulation, so that we do not have to deal with the cumbersome nature, so to speak, of a regulation based in our land use code that relates to land development or land use, as that delegation of authority is granted to counties by the state. So in establishing this type of regulation, although it's, I think, been looked at as an action similar to land use code amendments, simply because that's where so much activity of the county is centered, this is not a land use activity. This is not a land use code amendment. This is an amendment that is offered as part of the county's general police powers. As such, I think it's important to note that the county is not restricted by principles associated with land use control or land use development, such as vested rights or grandfathering, as that principle is colloquially accepted. The idea that once an activity is established, if it's an activity that's established legally, it can continue until abandoned by a property owner. Those types of land use concerns or land use concepts are not present in this type of a regulation. This type of regulation is based on the county's general police powers, and we have been delegated, all counties in the state have been delegated the ability to now license and regulate all activities associated with short-term rentals. So I guess what I'm impliedly saying, and I should just say it outright, is that once a property or an individual is licensed to conduct short-term rental activity, that license is good for the stated term, but there is no ability to rely upon the continuation of that license. Every license renewal is reviewed, and there is simply no guarantee in this type of a context that a license issued in the year 2022 would be extended into 2023. So I would envision our regulation growing through time, and the ability to obtain licenses, the ability to obtain the permission to conduct short-term rental activity is definitely something that will change over time. So since May or so of this year, the county has been discussing short-term rental regulations and licensing in work sessions. Initially, the county was only really concerned with addressing the principal problem that Summit County had pressed. In other words, trying to equalize it and enforce the requirement of collecting sales tax and paying sales tax to short-term rental activity, similar to other lodging activity. And we were more concerned with simply getting anybody who wanted to conduct short-term rentals or to lease or exchange properties in a short-term rental format to come and apply for and be licensed so that that tax can be equitably collected. The county's discussion, though, broadened quite a bit after the receipt of a lot of public comment over the course of the summer. So rather than offering a proposed amendment to the code that would establish a licensing and regulation system that essentially would make licenses available to anybody who applied for them, the proposed regulation discusses and contains two particular limitations. These particular limitations have been discussed by the board, although they have not been finally accepted. And the board, of course, has not taken any final action because the previous discussions have been work session formats. But the two limitations that are contained in the proposed regulation relate to the rural remote zone district and ownership of the property involved in the short-term rental activity. So the first limitation, the exclusion from the ability to receive or obtain a license for property located in rural and remote zone district has been discussed by the county, and that particular limitation has been a reflection more or less of the fact that there is a recognition that in the rural and remote zone district, there is a definite lack of emergency services as compared to the rest of the county. The rural and remote zone district applies to areas of the county that are decidedly not serviced the same way as the rest of the county in terms of emergency services for fire or for ambulance or for law enforcement. The discussion broadened at some point in the summer to recognize the fact that this absence of typically expected emergency services would probably not be known by many of the individuals, potential renters and guests who would be staying on properties within the rural and remote zone district. And that absence of services and the unawareness potentially of people who would be coming in and renting such properties could present a real problem. Another factor that was discussed during the course of the summer was just the fact that this would represent an expansion of commercial activity in a zone district that was not really designed to accommodate, or there was not any real anticipation of such an expansion of commercial activity. However, as I mentioned, the board did not decide that with any finality. In proposing this draft regulation, that limitation has been included in the draft language. So if the board would like to have that eliminated or changed in any manner, then that would be dependent upon a discussion either today or at the second reading of the proposed ordinance. The other limitation regards the ownership and use of the properties that are being applied for concerning short-term rental activity and the licensing for short-term rental activity. The idea there being that many properties in the county we are seeing are being acquired and managed as investment vehicles, really, and that before the properties are flipped or resold at an anticipated profit or percentage of gain, they are being managed continually for short-term rental in order to create an income stream for the ownership interests in the property. As a consequence, there is a decided change in the neighborhoods that host these types of properties. There is a diminishment of the quality of a residential neighborhood when there is no permanent resident living in a given property, especially when many properties start to be managed that way. So the limitation here was that if we don't have the regulation constructed such that the property involved does in fact have somebody living in it, then you're going to see a conversion of use from predominantly residential to predominantly lodge, really. I mean, there's no other way to describe it. And that would precipitate a change in the character of the neighborhood in a way that was not anticipated, and in a way that would not ordinarily be approved given the parameters of the various residential zone districts within the county. So the proposed regulation in front of the board contains a limitation that only natural persons can apply for a short-term rental license, and that these natural persons must have an ownership interest in the property, as well as use the property as their principal residence. And if that is not the case, then those properties simply will not be available for licensing and will not receive a license. So what this means is that if a property is owned by an individual person who is not living there on a regular basis, who does not maintain that property, that residence as their principal residence, then they will not be able to get a license for short-term rental activity. If it's being, if the property is being held or owned by a non-natural person, a created entity like a partnership or joint venture, a corporation, an LLC, any number of different legally created entities, then the applicant will have to have an ownership interest in that. For example, if the property is owned by a trust and the principal, the applicant uses the property as a principal residence, but does not have an ownership in the property because it's being held in a trust or an LLC or any other legal entity. If the individual, the natural person, has an ownership interest because they are the beneficiaries of the trust or they are a member of the LLC, then they can apply and they may look forward to receiving a license. They would not be otherwise prohibited. The idea of having this ownership interest instead of outright ownership through a full fee by the applicant is simply to recognize that there are many instances in the county where property is held by a legally created entity and not the regular resident of the property. And it's done for many different reasons. And at this point in time, there doesn't seem to be any reason to discriminate between that type of ownership. And so there is that ability for a property that is owned by a non-natural entity like an LLC to be utilized for short-term rentals, provided that the applicant uses the property as a principal residence and the applicant is, in fact, the natural person who is using that property as a principal residence. So those two limitations, I believe, would merit further discussion by the board as to their usefulness and appropriateness within the proposed regulation. A few other, my memo on the topic points out the changes that have been affected in the draft from earlier versions during the work sessions of the board that the commissioners have seen. Particularly though, I'd like to mention a few. The proposed ordinance contains an effective date for the new regulation. And that effective date is March 31st of 2022. That date was thrown out by Steve, I believe, a few meetings ago during the work session as a potential effective date. That date was not, at least in my recollection, widely accepted by the board, but it wasn't really discussed much either. It seemed logical to me to have that date, and it seemed appropriate, so that date was included within the language of the ordinance. If the board wants to change the effective date of the ordinance, then we'd have to make an amendment there. The reason why I thought it was appropriate is because the county, through this ordinance, is inventing a new program. So we need to get the program in a position to be up and running. There's no reason to require applications to be submitted and to hold up short-term rental activity if we are not, as an organization, prepared to review those applications and issue licenses to allow that activity to continue. Having an effective date of March 31st would not be disruptive to rental activity for this winter season. It represents a nice transition period between the winter season and then the beginning of, before the beginning of the summer. The regulation as proposed not only includes or is applicable to rental activity, but also the advertisements for rental activity. And so having it start on March 31st seems wholly appropriate. Another aspect I would point out is a couple of additional definition items within the definition section of the proposed regulation, and that is, what is an applicant? And that term is defined particularly consistent with what I've just discussed. An applicant has to be a natural person, have an ownership interest in the property that is proposed for licensing, and use the property as a principal residence. There's another definition of principal residence that has been included, and the principal residence is a legal residence of the applicant and place of usual habitation. And then a caveat that describes a principal residence as being a singular place. In other words, a natural person can only have one principal residence. You might have multiple residents spread out all over the world, but only one of those can be a principal residence. The general outline of the proposed regulation follows the county's regulation of marijuana, both retail and medical. So there are sections that deal with the application process, the section to deal with the evaluation criteria that would be applied against the received applications. There are several reasons enumerated for denial of applications. And then there's a section for continuing obligations. So if a property is licensed, it is not simply sent on its way. There are a list of continuing obligations that the property owner and applicant must meet while the property is being used as a short-term rental. Within that structure is a limitation on the number of guests or renters that can inhabit a short-term rental property at one time. Again, that was a suggestion by Steve, and that has been incorporated within the proposed regulation. That limitation is twice or 2 times the number of bedrooms that are on the property, or at least on the part of the property that is being rented, plus 2. If the board feels that that number should be modified, then we should have a discussion along those lines. Let's see, there has been an inclusion of a notice provision for original applications. So whenever a original application or a new application is submitted for a short-term rental license, there will be a notice sent to all adjoining property owners to make them aware of the application. There is not a hearing process for the application. That's to allow the applications to be processed a little bit easier and smoother. They would be handled something more on the lines of a building permit, where an administrative decision would be made. However, if there are comments that are received by adjoining property owners or caucuses or any other potentially affected property owner or citizen within Pickton County, those comments can come in to the licensing authority and be considered prior to the issuance of any short-term rental license. What else? We've had some discussion about who the licensing authority or what position within the county would be the licensing authority for short-term rentals. Within the proposed regulation, that is simply left to the determination of the county manager with consultation with the BOCC. That that allows for some flexibility depending on how the program develops and how the work and the business, so to speak, of the program evolves through time. So that can be handled with a little bit more flexibility rather than going back into the code and making an amendment. So that flexibility has just simply been provided for by not specifying who that licensing authority or what position in the county would be the licensing authority for short-term rentals, but leaving it to the discretion of the county manager. The final section of the proposed regulation deals with violations and complaints. I would point out that the general process for dealing with violations and complaints is that for those complaints to be referred back to the applicant or the applicant's representative, and for the applicant to have a chance to deal with that. There would be a follow-up step that would be taken to confirm that the problem or the incident that gave rise to the complaint has been resolved or has been handled in an appropriate manner. If it is an issue that is an unresolved complaint, or if it's an issue of a violation of the term of the license or any term of this regulation, then there would be an initial analysis by either the county attorney's office or the licensing authority. And that analysis would simply be as to whether or not there is reason to believe that there has been a violation of the code, and if that should be pursued. If that is analyzed in the affirmative, then the violation would proceed to a hearing officer. The hearing officer would make a determination as to whether or not a violation had occurred, and then refer the matter back to the BOCC for determination of any penalty. The hearing officer's determination can also be appealed to the BOCC and handled de novo by the board, and that appeal would be determined at the same time as a potential penalty on the license. The violation and penalty section of the regulation provides for essentially 3 different avenues of handling violations. First, I just mentioned, is a hearing officer process that deals with the continued viability of the license itself. In other words, should a license be suspended, should it be revoked, or should no action be taken? In addition to that, there is a civil penalty assessment that can be made consistent with the county's authority to impose penalties to the amount of $1,000 per incident. And an incident in the case involving rental property would be measured as a consequence of days. In other words, if the property was inappropriately rented, or if there was a violation in the renting of the property, and that continued for a week, then you would have seven different offenses to be dealt with, which would have the possibility of $7,000 total in fines. Fines would be processed through the Pickens County Court and would be assessed by the Pickens County judge, and the money collected through that fine process would be payable directly into the Pickens County treasurer. The third method of enforcement or dealing with violations is through a general statement within the regulation that any legal process available to the county in law or in equity would be available to us. Primarily what that means is that the county would more than likely sue for injunctive relief with the Pickens County District Court to require the property owners or the applicant or the licensee to either do something or to refrain from doing something, or to prohibit the rental activity until there is the issuance of a valid license by Pickens County through the licensing authority. So you have 3 different types of avenues for redress on violations. And although I know there's been a lot of discussion as to whether or not compliance with these regulations would be something that we would see, or whether it would be difficult to enforce or to administer, I think that, quite frankly, like other Pickens County codes, there would be general compliance, and if not, the ability for the county to require compliance is certainly complete. So with that brief discussion, I'd be happy to try to answer any complaints or to listen to any discussion, of course, the commissioners might want to have among themselves as to any of the items or terms contained within the regulation.
Okay, thank you, John. We do have questions. Greg, then Steve.
Yeah, I think, first of all, I'm just thinking about the start date. March 31st isn't really at the end of the ski season. Ski season this year ends on April 17th. So I'm wondering if April 31st or April 30th might make more sense, just because it happens at a transition point. That might just make it easier for people to understand what's happening, and the rules don't change while people are still booking rooms in short-term rentals. I just wanted to bring that one up. And then the other thing that occurred to me is I can imagine a way around this whole thing would be as if, say, a packaging company and I'm looking online to see if any exist already. It seems like they might, where a packaging company could rent the short-term rental perhaps for the entire year to get outside, or at least for more than 30 days, and then send different people every week. Is that something that would violate the rules as we've created them here? I was just contemplating, ways around this. What if, say, a corporation said, we're just going to rent this house and send somebody out every weekend? Maybe it's already being done. We know. Is that going to be a red flag? And is it something we are licensing for or prohibiting with this?
So it's kind of be like a sublet or a subleasing.
Well, it could be subleasing. What if somebody, there'll probably be an Airbnb contractor who could say, okay, I'm going to book this whole house for the whole season and then rent it out, or send my members to it, or my members, employees, club members, something like that. Just wondering if that's real.
Well, the language in the code it establishes as an unlawful act states that upon the effective date of the regulation, it's unlawful for a property owner or the owner's agent to rent or advertise for rent, to offer, to lease, to provision, or to exchange a dwelling unit in a term of less than 30 days without a license. So if an activity that you just described, Greg, was occurring, it would be occurring through this intermediary or long-term tenant that was then spinning it out and subbing it out for periods of less than 30 days. And that would be in violation of our regulation. The regulation would be enforced not against that type of tenant, but against the property owner themselves. And the penalty that would be exacted would be against the owner and not that intermediary entity.
Got it.
Good
Thank
question.
you. And then regarding the date, just, I don't know if we wanted to have a discussion about that.
I've noted that here. That could change depending on if we continue this multiple times, too, which I hope we don't. Steve?
So I had 3 points, and one had to do with the date, because I remember we had that point was brought up before, that somebody suggested it be after the ski season ends and then do the transition. And that's close to March 31st, but it is a little later, like Craig pointed out. And I think that makes sense to not have it during a current ski season, because that complicates the issue for people who are doing the advanced bookings and whatnot. So I'd be okay with an April 30th, say, as the transition date. Second point, and this was highlighted in the letter by Bill Yocums, about a hardship application. And he pointed out the example of if someone is in their permanent residence, is their house they've been living in, and then they have to go into some kind of a long-term care facility or a nursing home, perhaps temporarily or perhaps permanently. They wouldn't know necessarily when they go in there, but and he would see, Bill suggested that that be viewed as a hardship case and that they would be allowed to use their home as a short-term rental while the person is in the long-term care facility. So that's a point that I think we should discuss that. And I have a potential solution, because I don't see any way we can have an appeal if someone applies to get a short-term rental license and is turned down, but they think they have a valid reason why they should have the short-term rental license approved. And I don't see that we have any appeal process for that situation. And perhaps the hardship case would fall into that category, that it would be not automatic, but it would have to go through an appeal process. Perhaps, I don't know who would do the appeal, if it would be the commissioners or hearing officer or who in that case, but I think those are points that we should discuss.
Thanks, Steve. I guess Steve, I'll just follow up with a question, I guess. When someone goes in a long-term care facility, do they typically change their residency?
That I don't know. I mean, we'd have to talk to people who, you know, the caregivers or the family members who, you know, I think an old person probably still views the house they lived in their whole life as their residence. And in their mind, they're temporarily in this other facility, which might end up being the last place they live, and probably oftentimes is. But, and I think to do a short-term rental, they would have to rely on family members to manage it while they're in the care facility. It would require a coordination with, you know, some caregivers or family members to be able to be present to manage the house as a short-term rental.
Thank you. John Ely, did you have any responses to the issues? I think Steve brought up points for discussion, but if there was anything you want to clarify.
There is an appeal process within the regulation that allows the affected applicant or any potentially affected party to appeal the decision of the licensing authority in the grant or denial of a license to the BOCC. So I think that is fairly covered. The idea of a hardship is a difficult one, but certainly would take whatever direction the board wants to head in on that. Have to remember that this is a regulation that applies only to short-term. Actually, the way the law is worded, short-term stays. So by reference to other tax statutes, we can determine that short stays is short-term rental, and that period is less than 30 days. So if somebody is like in that example, in a long-term care facility, then I would think that the action probably taken would be to rent the property for a longer term than 30 days. However, if that's a way to maximize the return on the property and that's needed, then the board might want to discuss some kind of relief there. The dilemma is that if somebody is in a long-term care facility and they own other property, in the county, we don't typically change the regulatory aspect of county codes to afford an increased rate of return on the use of that property. It's simply, it's still, has to comply with underlying zoning, it has to comply with any other type of a code that would be, applicable. And so that type of relief is just not evidenced in any other aspect of the county code. So it would be tough to define, I think, because apart from, long-term care, I'm sure there are many different types of hardship examples that could come into people's lives. To your question, Kelly, I don't know what most people do who are in some type of a care facility. I know that, from my own experience, that folks who do enter that type of facility don't necessarily change their principal residence. In other words, they're still registered to vote at their house, the house that they left to be cared for, and they still register their vehicles such that they have any to use. They still have their ID through some state-issued evidence of identification referring to that residential address, as opposed to the long-term care facility, say. But I'm sure there are all kinds of examples out there for different ways of, of handling that type of a situation.
Patty has
Yeah, I just want to add to that, John, too, from personal experience. Generally, when somebody goes into a long-term care facility, in most cases, there's some kind of power of attorney or something where some member of their family or some representation manages the issues for that person while they're in long-term care, be it short-term long-term care or long-term care. So that might be something where that person would then be the representative for the person and could apply for, they had some kind of vested interest in the property. But John's right, John Ely, you're right, that in most cases, they would rent the properties long-term anyway, rather than have to go through, the regulations and the follow-up and all that to do short-term rental. So, but I think hardship for me, and Mr. Yoakum's comments, that might be something we want to look into between now and second reading to see what other jurisdictions who have passed short-term rental regulations have done, or if they have addressed hardship. And we might want to look at that language.
I have just such a catalog of that I'd be happy to share with you.
I knew you would.
I didn't create it. I won't take credit. Francie.
Yeah, that question originally came up when Patty and I were at the Emma Caucus meeting. And in that situation, the family was still living on the ranch, and the mother had gone to a care facility and they were managing the property. So it is feasible under that to manage short-term rentals just as an additional little piece. But I actually wanted to speak on something else. Are we ready to move on to something else, Kelly?
Yeah, I think we are asking questions, or if folks don't have any more questions, I have one or two.
I'll have
we can
some when
open up.
Patty's done.
Patty has some as well.
I wanted to talk about the principal resident requirement for just a minute. I am totally in support of making it virtually impossible, if not impossible, for corporations to buy houses and then turn them into short-term rental lodges, basically. I do want to make sure that they're successful at that. But I've thought of some situations where I would want to sort of protect personal property rights where it's not their principal resident. For instance, I know there's some people who don't call Aspen their principal residence, but they have houses here and they only come for like one season, like the summer season. And so let's say they come for 4 months and their other residence is for 8 months. And so, but maybe they're not a super wealthy family or a couple or a single person or whatever, and they want to be able to afford the property that they've bought in Pitkin County. And clearly there's more money in short-term rentals than in long-term rentals. And so in that case, I wonder whether it's something we really want to do to make it so that person cannot short-term rental their property. Another one would be somebody who can't spend the winters here, but has lived in Aspen for a long time and they still have their house here, but they're not here the majority of the year. So I just want us to look at that a little bit and make sure that we're not imposing so much limitations on places that we're making it difficult for people to maintain their properties. And I think a long-term rental is preferable for the neighborhood, but a 4-month or a 6-month long-term rental can be hard to do. I'm not sure whether they're hard to do or not, honestly, but so that was one of my questions and one of the things I'd like to see discussed a little bit. It just seems really, it seems very restrictive on personal property rights, and I'm a little concerned about that, although, I do want to see us take action here. And then I have another question about, I thought part of this was the number of days a year that they're allowed, that was part of a discussion, and I didn't hear that come up, that we had talked about having a restriction on the number of days per year or per month or whatever, that somebody could short-term rental their property, like maybe somebody who's gone traveling for a period of time, and so they want to do it as often as possible. So is that one of the conversation points? Is my question there. And then the other is the rural and remote. So most of the rural and remote properties are, you know, mining claims, and we tend to think of the back of Aspen Mountain as being where we talk about rural and remote, but there might be some other places that we don't necessarily want to restrict their being able to do this. So those are kind of my three things.
Go ahead, John.
Just to respond to Francie's comments. So I think the dilemma is how to deal, at least initially, with the recognition that the profusion of short-term rentals activity has definitely impacted neighborhoods around the county. The initial response from the board was looking at it as a point of reference as to who's renting, who's owning the property. So the idea of making a license available only to a natural person who uses the property as a principal residence is a method of dealing with that impact and incorporating that type of a treatment into the regulation. And I have to say, after looking at the regulatory processes of a great number of jurisdictions now, that is not an outlier. I would have to say that that is a methodology that has been employed by the majority of jurisdictions, local jurisdictions out there, which is kind of
the primary residence requirement. That's what you're, yeah, okay.
Now, as I mentioned in the memo, in the AIS, one of the topics that we started to discuss early on, but have left for further discussion into the future, in my understanding was probably after at least the initial regulations adopted, was a potential limitation on the number of days that a property could be rented if it were licensed for a short-term rental activity. And that type of a limitation gets at the same issue. If you recognize it as a principal residence of somebody, then to recognize that that use must occupy some period of time, that you go ahead and limit the availability of the property to be rented to some number of weeks in a month or days in a month or weeks out of the entire licensed year, the term of the license. And that would get at the same issue and get the same problem. The idea of having properties that are turned over continually in neighborhoods that definitely have an effect on the character of the neighborhood and certainly on the enjoyment of the neighborhood by the people who do actually live there. So, you know, in the future, we may end up by going in that direction if we find that there are problems in enforcing what is not a principal residence and using that as a litmus to control the activity. Just going to a more straightforward limitation to the number of days, nights that the property can be rented would achieve a lot of the same goals as making the license available only to a person who uses the property as a principal address or principal residence.
Okay. And then just had one thing I wanted to clarify, if that's okay, Kelly?
Sure.
I have heard people say again recently that my daughter-in-law has manages an STR or several STRs in Redstone, and therefore I should be recused. My daughter-in-law does not manage nor own an STR in Redstone. She used it as overflow for Avalanche Ranch in the past, but she is not involved with short-term rentals at all. I just wanted to make that clear.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Nancy. Patty, you have a question?
Yeah, I have a few things. First of all, I agree with the date starting date of the end of April. I think that's Greg. Thanks for looking up the ski company's dates. I believe we should look into the hardship issue moving forward and maybe see what other language is out there from other jurisdictions. I really appreciate, John, your clarification of the definition of principal and/or primary resident. I had a lot of questions. You spelled them out. Just had a lot of people asking, how do you prove that? But I think it's very clear. And for me, that's one of the key issues in this. And I know there's concerns about private property rights, but having what I'm calling hotelification of neighborhoods, I think is a real concern. It just changes the character of where people live and of our residential neighborhoods that I think are part of what makes the community. And I think we need to preserve that. And I think by allowing short-term rentals for people who these properties are their primary or principal residence, and they can only have one in the country. They can't have primary residence in every state or 2 or 3 states. I think that's a clear guideline for us. I also think that we should look at limitations of amount of time these can be rented short-term, but maybe after a year we look at if there's been issues with that, because I think this is going to be a living document for a while. We're going to be bringing it back because we're going to be learning more, not only from our own local experiences, but from the city of Aspen, Snowmass Village, and then outside within our region, state, and across the country on how people are managing short-term rentals. As far as rural remote, it's been brought up that Redstone should be considered the same as, therefore prohibiting short-term rentals in Redstone. Redstone does have access to police, to public safety, fire, ambulance service, utilities, unlike in the back of Aspen Mountain. So for me, Redstone, I think for me, a lot of the issues that Redstone is concerned about, I think will be managed through the definition of primary or principal residence. From what I've been hearing, I think we've all been hearing, is the concern of people coming in and buying up properties in Redstone and then using them for hotels, pretty much. So I think there's a difference between rural remote and Redstone Boulevard as far as just total prohibition in Redstone. But I do respect the concerns of the citizens there, and I do believe that the primary or principal residence requirement will make a difference in what they're seeing in Redstone. I think that Rachel Richards' concerns that she brought to our attention today, as we know, part of this is not because we're going to change the property tax rates or classification from properties from residential to commercial. I'm not sure we have the ability to even do that as part of this.
The state retains the authority to determine the
right, and that the state is looking into that, and Kelly is on top of it. So, and I appreciate Rachel's bringing. I know she has concerns over Red Mountain becoming Hotel Mountain, and the impacts of people coming and going through the city of Aspen, entering and exiting on Highway 82. But I think that that's something the state is working on, and we will continue to follow that. But I appreciate Rachel's coming before us today with public comment. So I think for me, as far as violations, I think we can, now that we do have a way in which to fine, to follow up on that through the court system, I'm very comfortable with. And I think that should be taken, the violations issue should be taken, and I think will be taken into consideration when an applicant comes back to renew their license, and we find there's been a track record, there's a history of violations, and at some point we will be drawing the line and saying, we're not going to allow you to continue because you've been, pretty much in constant violation, and we got to say no at some point. And I think we do have the power to do that. John, correct me if I'm wrong. I think we have the power to say, no, we're going to deny you, and you're done. You gave it a try and you failed and you're done, because I don't think the neighborhood should have to continue to put up with somebody who's not being diligent in complying with the regulations that we are hoping to move forward. So I think that for now sums up my points, and I know Kelly and I have both been keeping lists because I will be running that meeting, and Francie, I will be here on the 26th of January, just so you know.
So I have a couple of questions, if that's okay, Steve, and then we'll launch into discussion, and we'll check in about when folks want to do a break. So first, questions, we'll check in about when folks want to do a break, and then we'll launch into discussion. So my question is, I'll do the easy one first. is there some, are we addressing in this, or is there addressed in some other part of the code, an exclusion for yurts and tents, or for people, sleeping in a camper van in an STR driveway or something like that?
There is no specific treatment within this regulation for those types of residential structures. However, they are and have been dealt with in the land use code for a great number of years, actually.
Okay.
I do not believe that there is something singularly different that is evidenced by that type of structure being used for a short-term rental that would evade this regulation. And with the restriction on the construction and use of those types of structures within the land use code, I think, quite frankly, I think we're fairly covered.
Okay, so someone can't rent their field out for a camper van to park as an STR?
Exactly.
Thank you. And then I'm wondering, with regards to the primary residence, again, thinking about how to really tighten that up. Is there, when we think about trusts, I don't fully understand how all this is managed or handled in real estate property, but so we know an applicant has to be a real person, and they have to have a property ownership interest, and they have to be a resident. So they declare Pickens County as their residency, or the criteria as proposed right now. Is there any language about the amount of ownership in the property? Can they, I'm wondering if we want to consider some percentage or threshold ownership in a property, because I'm just thinking about someone, my son who's in college, he's the one who can apply for the license, or we're going to offer a 0.1% ownership to our property manager who can then apply for the license. So that's just something I'm wondering about and considering. And I haven't done the full catalog of what other jurisdictions have done. I've done some of that, but on that point, I wonder if that's something we would want to consider, or if there's any hazards to that.
There is not a requirement for a quantity of interest, a certain percentage or a certain quality of an applicant's interest in the property, only that there is an ownership interest. So it can be, it could be small if it was a fractional ownership, for example. The thought there was that if a property is managed by an LLC, the different members of an LLC might have a different percentage ownership, but they have all agreed that the son, for example, is going to be allowed to live on the property. And that individual might not have a significant proportion of ownership through the LLC or is expressed through the membership in that LLC, but there is at least some ownership interest. Also, the idea wasn't so much to require a percentage or quality of ownership, just that there's an ownership interest, just to have an extra hook in the property, so to speak, such that the applicant isn't somebody who has no stake in the property whatsoever. However, the problem that this was brought up to address was dealing with properties that really had no resident, had no full-time resident associated with it. So if the applicant is a natural person and is using the property as a principal residence, it might not even matter if the applicant has an ownership interest at all. We know that the property's use is as a residence for somebody, and that residential use is a principal residential use. And then that person wants to rent it out short term, we can evaluate it and not necessarily prohibit it in the structure of the regulation. It was the language there, and the approach was designed more not to close any doors unnecessarily because of the form of ownership that was selected by the property owners, you know, to manage the property through a trust or a partnership or whatever. So I don't think we need to tweak that, but it's something perhaps to watch to see how the regulation is employed and used and who the applicants are, to see if there's a loophole, for example, that we need to deal with.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then, because I just don't know, you know, it would seem a lot to give someone an ownership interest just for this purpose, given all the other complications that could create. But I did want to, I don't fully understand all that, so I wanted to ask. And then I'm wondering, is there any, could we extend noticing if we wanted to? So if we wanted to say that it has to be noticed every permit, you know, so any, not just the original, but any time a renewal would come up or something like that?
Yeah, that's certainly the board can do that. The reason that it was drafted the way it's presented is to basically make the process a little more streamlined. So if we have a renewal coming in, there haven't been any violations, there haven't been any complaints, there haven't been any reviews of compliance, then and the activity has been ongoing, obviously, during the course of that licensed year, then, you know, we skip that process and allow the renewal to proceed quicker and easier from our point of view. However, if you want to put in a notice provision or even expand the notice provision to include, you know, a posting in the paper or a posting of the property, more than just a mailing to the adjoining property owners, certainly do that.
Okay. Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you very much. I know we'll have a lot to discuss. When would folks like to take a break?
I could do it right now.
Okay, well, let's see. It looks like Steve has a question, and then we'll
Yeah,
take a
if
break.
I could bring up two more points,
Sure.
which would be things that we might want to discuss. And I keep thinking of these sort of exceptions to the usual, what happens when this situation comes up. One would be if there's a long-term renter in a house that they do not own, and they want to rent, you know, do a Airbnb thing where people could come and stay in an extra bedroom in their house, the house they are living in, which a lot of Airbnbs, that's how they operate. I think that we should allow them to have an STR, perhaps with the permission of the owner of the property, to allow them to do that. So it's not the owner living in the house, but it's another long-term resident who, you know, has a long-term lease on the property, and that's their principal residence, even though they don't own that specific house. Then that's an exception that I think we should consider allowing if the situation comes up. The second situation would be in the case of a property that has more than one residence, one dwelling unit on the same property. And this, we've seen two of these, Bill and Marge Fails. They have, and well, maybe they're separate lots, I can't remember, but it's probably typically on a ranch where there will be more than one house on the property. Another one is on Stanley Nadles, where there's more than one house on the same piece of property. And a principal resident is living in one of the houses, and, you know, maybe one of their relatives was living in another house and that person passed away. Should they be allowed to rent that out as a short-term rental? It's sort of right next to them on the same property. And the instances I can think of all are on bigger ranches where there's more than one house on the ranch, and you know, it probably would have qualified that my mom and dad and grandma's houses were right next to each other, which we don't own them anymore, but that would be just an example. When my grandma died, my folks could have potentially rented the grandma's house out as a short-term rental. They rented it out as a long-term rental, but that was their choice then. So a couple of exceptions to the rule, the usual rule, how do we deal with them?
Okay. John, do you have any response right now before we break?
Sure. In the circumstance, Steve, that you first brought up, a long-term renter who wants to apply for a short-term rental license, that activity would not be precluded by this regulation. The long-term renter would be a natural person, assuming. The ownership interest in the property can be interpreted as a leasehold. It's not a permanent ownership interest, but it is the ability to occupy and exclude others from the property. That is an indicia of a ownership interest, certainly part of the bundles of sticks, so to speak, so that would not be precluded as well. And the fact that the long-term renter is using the property as a principal residence satisfies the third prong of the criteria of an applicant. However, the regulation does state that if the applicant is not the full fee owner of the property, then the applicant, that individual, would have to present evidence of permission from all other owners of the property so that it can receive that license. So that long-term tenant would have to go to the actual property owner, their landlord, and obtain permission for the application and the license to be issued. So there's that one. As far as the second point that you brought up, the how many licenses per property kind of thing, I thought about that during this last redraft of the regulation. I did not incorporate it in there simply because I thought the different approaches I was taking, I felt were a little bit too arbitrary, that there wasn't a good, clear distinction of when it would be allowed and when it wouldn't be allowed. So in the Natal Ranch or the old Natal Ranch example, or Cold Mountain Ranch, if there are two legally established residences on one property, and they're not residences on a subdivided portion of that property, then both could be recipients of a license. There's no preclusion from that the way this regulation is drafted now. However, it doesn't mean that they would automatically receive that license. The reviewing licensing authority can look at that application and determine through the criteria within the code that it simply doesn't meet it for the quality of the neighborhood, for the condition of the property itself, so that there is no preclusion, although there's certainly no guarantee that you.
All right, this is a good time for a break then.
Just John, you just froze, so we'll have to come back to you.
Some interesting points there. Okay. We have a lot to talk about. So let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We'll reconvene at 2:30, please. Thank you, Grassroots. 10 minutes, please. Okay, welcome back everyone to the Pitkin County Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday, December 15th. We took a short break and we are resuming our conversation about our ordinance regulating short-term rentals. And so with that, I think we can always bring up more questions as they arise. Otherwise, we are into our components of the discussion on the proposed ordinance. Who would like to start? Greg?
I did want to kind of go over some of the things I heard. I wanted to just get clarity on. And I was just wondering, what value would there be to coordinate, with a new set of regulations like this, to coordinate with what the city's doing or what town of Snowmass Village is doing, and are we in sync with them? Which might make things a lot easier on the community and on us. But I wanted to just bring that up. The other thing is regarding the noticing conversation you just had. I think that I'd be comfortable having it done administratively if things are going well, and if not, then clearly the red flags would go up. Because imagine noticing 1,700 new things every year over and over. I'm just thinking that would just create a lot of work, and I think that's what John was trying to avoid. So I just wanted to say that made sense to me. It's like to have to re-notice, it's a great expense, and it's a lot of work for somebody. And it doesn't seem like it'll be necessary yet. A year into this, we may change our mind.
Can I just jump? But are you saying if there's violations, we should still notice, but if they're clean and they had a good year, they can just roll it over, apply and move it forward?
Well, that's kind of what I was thinking. If the new application you notice perhaps, but then after that, it's administrative and doesn't require noticing in the paper. I'm just thinking, I followed what John was saying and I agree with him.
But if there's been issues, then they would have to notice.
If there's an issue, then, that's another question.
Yeah. Well, I would support that. If there's an issue, then they have to notice the neighbors, so the neighbors have an opportunity then to weigh in.
If
they'd had a great year with no issues, then they just have to reapply and don't have to do the notification process.
Yeah, because really what I was trying to get at was just, sometimes that noticing is just it's a period for people to go like, oh, I've actually been meaning to,
right.
Let the county know
encourages
all these issues we're having. It just is a flag for them, but, if that would only trigger when there's been a violation in the prior year, then I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I think that's an easier
And
way to
then,
go about it.
did we talk, I think it came up already, but just number of days per year. How many days per year? I guess if it's just a single room in somebody's house, then they could do it off and on through the year. Maybe that's not an issue. Or are we limiting it? If somebody's going to, leave town for a month, as many people do, they might leave for a month or two, and as we've had letters saying they depend upon that in order to be able to maintain their residence here. What are we thinking of in terms of numbers of days per year, and do we need to think about that right now?
My thinking is we
Yeah.
should keep it in mind and let the year go by and see if any issues come up and then reevaluate, because I'm sure this will be coming back for some tweaks as we put it into effect.
That makes sense to
And
me.
I'll just give sort of when I think of this from like a big picture level, there's so many ways to skin this cat, right? And like we see it just across jurisdictions, how it can vary. That, part of what we're trying to get at is the where, when, and, how often of short-term rentals, right? And the activity, because we know that there's impact from it. So, we're doing a little bit on the where with the rural and remote, but we're not really tackling that on a zone level, a neighborhood level, caucus level.
Yeah.
We're not saying like the when necessarily or the how often, because I think that there's an assumption if you're limiting this to someone's principal residence, that there is a natural time limit built into that.
Right.
Because someone's living there.
Right.
Right? So maybe someone will rent out a room consistently every day of the year that they aren't using, but they're still living there. Or, they're not going to rent it out unless they're gone. So that is kind of the natural factor to that imposition, is the assumption that limiting to the principal residence is going to get to lessening the number of days rather than a quota might.
Right.
And
no, I like
so,
that.
Yeah, and I mean, not to say that we couldn't put in a quota or couldn't put in, couldn't revisit the quota if that's what makes the most sense. But that's what I think, for me, an underlying assumption of why the principal residence requirement
That may
gets at
cover
the
it.
impacts. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So,
But then what about, do we want to talk about coordinating? What's the city doing? What's Snowmass doing? Are we in some sort of synchronicity with them? And would that make things easier? Maybe it wouldn't matter.
Well, I think we might be a little ahead of the curve, and so maybe they could be, be discussing with us, and then at the end of the year again, let's see if they've made some, regulations that are different or stronger or tweaked, and we can bring that back into discussion then. But we don't really know what they're doing, and they're kind of keeping an eye on us, and kind of all, I'm not sure where Snowmass stands in it. I know the city's kind of moving here, but they have a 6-month moratorium. So, and they have different regulatory authority than we do.
That's right.
Because they've been able to do it for a while, so, but.
well, and I also think they have different access to services and impacts that we may have that are,
Yeah,
different.
different.
So we have less, access to transportation services for short-term rentals that are in the unincorporated county, yet they have more density,
Right.
with.
Different
so,
sets of problems.
Yeah, so I think a little bit of different
Yeah.
sets of problems that they're.
But we all have a
I think we should
workforce
definitely
problem.
talk about it. I definitely think we should talk about it, but I'm not sure I want to hold up our regulations for that whole conversation.
No, I
to
don't want to slow
happen.
it down.
But we can bring it back when we rediscuss.
And I see Cindy sort of put her screen on, that's always an indication, and John's leaning in, so I'll look to John first.
Yeah, I just note for the board that both Snowmass and Aspen do require licenses for short-term rentals. Right now, neither entity has the same type of regulations in place that this board is contemplating, and so that would be, I think, a separate policy discussion on those bodies. Aspen, as we've heard, is preparing to have that conversation. That's part of the reason they put their moratorium in place on issuing new licenses. And I would have to check with Snowmass to see if they have any intent on any additional regulations, but I have not heard that that's the case.
But the
Unless Cindy's
eyes-
heard something
Yeah,
different.
the eyes are on us.
Yeah.
And I want to, Cindy, did you want to comment?
Sure. All I would say is from the planning perspective, I think there's merit to thinking about down the road, working with communities within their urban growth boundaries and syncing up regulations. But for now, I would urge the board to continue to move forward. And then, as you said, someone said, when that gets a little bit further down the road, we could look at that.
Great, thank you.
Okay. What else do we want to discuss? I have a ton. We
I
could.
think the easy one is the end date or the start date.
Okay. Steve.
So while we were on our break, I just received a text message from Chris Collins, who's the owner of the McKay branch. I don't think he was watching. It was just a coincidence that he talked about the same thing that I had just talked about 5 minutes before, but maybe he was watching. But McKay Branch is another ranch where they have the family owns multiple houses on one property. And he would, he's concerned about that possibility because I guess their line of thinking was that they would be allowed to rent something out short term. So you could add McKay Branch to one other property with multiple houses on one property that could potentially, have that situation where they're owned by family members. And so to put that into the mix. And my thinking on that is, I don't know if we can decide that right now, but we can wait for public comment on January 26th and see where that goes. And in any case, I would say right now that I would say they could only have one short-term rental if we allow any short-term rentals in that situation. But limited to only one on on a ranch I'm saying ranch, but a property with more than one dwelling unit on it.
Okay. I think we need to, I heard two different things that you had said, Steve, so I want to be clear with what we need to discuss. So on one hand, I had heard you say that in one owner's name, there might be 2 or more units on a property, and they're only going to declare one of those units as their principal residence, and therefore they would not be able to rent out the other unit for short-term rentals. So that's one problem I'm hearing you want us to resolve, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
and I think I see where you're going, Kelly. In the case of the Collins family, I don't know, maybe they're all owned by the family. I'm not sure what their ownership, how they have that split up. They are family members, but I don't know whether they each sort of have their own house, but it's on the same property. So it's a nebulous thing that maybe they don't own the land under what is considered their house. They don't own the land, that's owned by the whole family corporation, but that is sort of their designated house that is theirs. And that's probably the situation they have there. Because it's not separate, it's not subdivided lots on, like the fathering parcel of McKay Branch, I think is all, several houses on there.
Okay, and then I think the other issue I heard you say is that on one property, there might be multiple residents in multiple units, right? So, so if that's the case, my understanding is that the resident in each unit could have some opportunity to short-term rent it as they're declaring it as their residence. And they have to demonstrate some ownership interest in it. So I think that issue has been resolved. It might just, but I have concerns about that. So I want to revisit this leaseholder conversation. So are those the two issues that you've raised in the context of like the ranchos?
Well, I was thinking more of the original, that the family owns more than one house on the same property, and one of them is their principal residence, and then they have another house that, should they be allowed to rent it out short-term rental or not, without somebody's not actually living in that house, they're living on the same property in the house next door to it, kind of a thing.
Yeah, but that could be a situation for any resident of Picken County who owns multiple properties in the county.
Yeah.
Should they be allowed to short-term rent all the other ones that are not their principal residence?
Yeah, but they're not on the same property in that case. I think people have different lots, different areas of the county. They're not on one unsubdivided property is the difference, I think.
I don't know if it's a difference for me, but John, and then let's sort of discuss those points.
Steve, in regards to that, the only thing that I would offer is that, remember back when this discussion began, we were basically concerned with getting people in the door, having folks submit an application if they were interested or had been doing this activity, and getting them licensed and signed up and basically in the system. And so we've progressed to this particular point. In my way of thinking, there's just no perfect regulation. And so this thing is every regulation we have is a work in progress. And so if there is not an abiding concern currently with, say, multiple residences on one property being rented out short-term, then I would let the regulation go through. If there is a concern about it, then we can craft a limitation. But otherwise, there is enough latitude within the regulation as currently proposed to allow the licensing authority to just deny an application. If this is the the third residence on a property that's coming in for a license, just deny the application. Or pursuant to the regulation that's being offered, the licensing authority can kick any application up to the BOCC at any time. So if there's an issue with this type of activity, then the BOCC can review it particularly, you know, and adjudge for yourselves whether or not this is an issue for the community that the property is in, if you know, or any other types of potential negative effects such that the license shouldn't be issued. So I think that we're fairly protected as much as we can be going into this regulatory system, that we don't need to worry about trying to anticipate every possible rejection of an application at this stage.
Steve?
Yeah, and I know when we started this whole process, we really wanted it to be a simple process to kind of find out how many short-term rentals there were in the county before starting making regulations, regulating them. It was more a matter of just getting them all to be registered. And I think even at this point, the simpler we can keep it, the better off we would be for now while we see how it works. However, I do totally support the primary residence part of it, because we've seen from all the letters from parts of the county that it's a huge issue in their town of Redstone or in their neighborhood of Mountain Valley, for instance, that the short-term rentals by people who don't live there, they own the house, they're renting it out. That's really affecting those neighborhoods and drastically changing what the neighborhoods are. And I think that's why we need to have the primary residence part to stay in there. I think that's important.
Okay, I want to, I don't think it was clear to me until Steve's question that a leaseholder can rent, can apply for a license. And I'm a little torn on this one, because on one hand, you know, I feel like, you know, any caretaker in a, could be living in a CDU in a place that's not otherwise occupied by primary residents, and then they would be entitled to apply for a license for that property. But on the other hand, you know, there is a long-term resident living there, so I don't, to me, it seems like it's the impact, it's a loophole to the impacts that we're trying to regulate for. So that I have a concern about whether we should allow that or not, or whether we want to say it has to be a 12-year lease, you know, or something in order for somebody to
Oh, so the
apply.
leaseholder has to have a long-term lease to do short-term.
Right. Because
Yeah.
again, I really think that some of the houses that we're envisioning regulating for, this is a loophole that is going to allow them to come in for a permit. So I want to
Yeah.
discuss
to
that.
talk to
Francie,
that
and then Patty, I don't know if you want to jump in, and
No,
then Steve.
yeah, I'm gonna listen for a while here.
Francie, go ahead.
Yeah, I was concerned about that too, because I could see a great big place up on Red Mountain or somewhere that, you know, let somebody live there for free or for $1 a year or something, so that they can rent out 4 bedrooms as STRs or the whole place. And the person who's living there lives in a little caretaker room off the kitchen or something, or, you know, and because a lot of those houses do have live-in caretakers. And so I think that is a loophole I definitely heard when we were discussing this. I think, I don't know, that's just what we're trying to avoid. You know, like, I'm not sure where to go with that.
We might
either.
need some proposed language to consider to strengthen that based on board comment. Greg?
Well, I'm just thinking about that scenario. You know, say the housekeeper lives in the house and takes care of it for them, and becomes the manager, becomes the property manager for the STR. You know, that's, you could imagine that happening.
Probably is
On
happening.
one hand, it's probably already happening. On the other hand, the house might we could create a regulation that would just keep that house empty. I'm just not, I don't think we're going to encourage them to put workforce housing in their home, but it may limit the amount of services needed to service that home throughout the year, which would be a positive. The other thing is if they did get a permit to do it, then at least they'd be paying a higher rate, assuming we're going to go to a tax structure that would tax them as a hotel rather than a house, if we ever get there. It sounds like we could easily complicate this, and I'm sure if we give it a year or 6 months, we're going to probably have some clarity on this. And I'm just not sure where it goes yet.
Okay. So the question is do we allow leaseholders to be defined as an ownership interest? Patty?
Well, let me just jump in real quick. Greg, we have to keep in mind that these properties can still be rented without a license.
Long term.
For 32 days.
Right.
Yeah, so the houses on Red Mountain, if they can't be rented short-term, those folks can still rent them long-term, which is preferable. And especially if we have some places that may now consider being able to rent long-term, or weighing the odds of, do I want to do this licensing thing, or do I want to rent long-term, like for 3 months, to somebody who's coming for the music festival? So, in some ways, we may be kind of getting back into the old days when people used to do that. And I think that is one of my goals, is to provide even a few of these places for long-term rentals for people who come and volunteer for the music festival, or come and volunteer, work on Aspen Mountain as a, something, or.
Sure.
So we are providing some level of workforce housing or local short-term, long-term housing. So
you would support
I think
the leaseholder provision?
I would support looking at language, because I think that it might be creating a loophole where, well, my caretaker now is my lease for $1 a month, and then therefore they can be the one that applies for the short-term.
By the way, this is part of your job to apply for this.
Yeah.
The thing that I'm concerned about, and John can tell us, that there might be cases where the actual owner has put the house into their LLC or their company or whatever, but they still live in it. But there could be a situation where they're a lessee even in their own house, or I'm just want to make sure that we're not getting too sneaky. I'm looking to John to see, could there be instances where, say, there's a trust that owns the house, and the heir to the family, is a legitimate owner, but they're a lessee or a licensee or something outside of being an ownership interest. I don't know, and I'm just thinking, would we be keeping people out of their own houses in that case?
I don't understand.
It's not unusual. It wouldn't be unusual, Greg, just because if you are a member of an LLC, for example, and as one of the members, you have an opportunity to use the residence. More than likely, the other members of the LLC will want to be compensated for it, because they'll look at your possession and use of the property as being something in addition to what they have. And so, the idea of a tenancy being the sole determinative of whether or not the property is available for a license, it might not get you to where you're trying to go. I understand the concern, Kelly, that you're expressing, but there are any number of types of vehicles that can be employed for ownership of property and for occupancy of the property. What we're doing is we're simply not precluding the application. That doesn't mean the application is granted. Or if the application was granted and then the problem was perceived after the fact, that the application on renewal would be granted. So the course through time is that I think the abuses of the system will be weeded out, and licenses simply will not be afforded if it's a situation that is detrimental to the character of the neighborhood. That that is a justification for denial of an application. That being said, I'm happy to consider it, although I guess my recommendation for today would be to accept the proposed regulation as drafted, and then in the intervening time, try to isolate the problem a little bit more and get at it from a textual sort of response that is probably broader than just a tenancy. That might be the use and occupancy of the structure by anybody, a member of an LLC or an individual in a partnership, anything.
Okay, if we can think through that.
I was just gonna say.
Greg, go ahead.
Just going on what John just said, I would make a motion. It might be a little early, you might be pushing it, but I could make a motion. We can always discuss it after the motion has been seconded, that we adopt this ordinance of to amending Title VI of the Pitkin County Code to adopt laws pertaining to the licensing and regulation of short-term rental or lodging units in residential properties as amended to include the start date being April 30th. I think that's the one change that it seemed like we would agree on so far.
I think we have more to discuss.
But I'm sure there's more to discuss, and if I'll put the motion out there and we can go from there.
I will second it. And we will continue to discuss. Okay, so we've asked John to come back at next reading with some thinking through a little bit more of what the ownership interest is, and if there's some, I don't know, consideration about tenancy that we want to tighten up. We've talked about the date here. We've talked about noticing. Do we agree on the number of bedrooms as proposed, which is the number of bedrooms times 2 plus 2 per unit?
I like that.
Everyone feels good about that?
Yeah.
Okay, great. I think there's some direction to John about thinking through if there's a hardship exemption or process to request approval. I'm a little less concerned about that, but I heard that from some board members, so we'll
There
put
should
that
be
on the table.
an appeals process.
There is an appeals process already
Right.
built in.
Yeah,
So-
appeal of a denial is already in there. We resolved the quota of days, right? We've sort of said that that is something we can revisit as we have more data, if that's an important regulatory approach for us to
Yeah,
take.
and I want to make sure we do that.
And I would just say on this tenant, I mean, if we do move forward with, this regarding leaseholders as an ownership interest, I would want that tracked in this application process, because I'd like to know if that, compels here. How many of these are actually, how many license holders are the actual owner versus someone that is leasing?
Yeah,
from them?
so you kind of want tracking of the differences in these applications, and I think that's probably across the board. I like to see how many were clean and simple, the person, there were no questions, and then some that were, like you said, the leaseholder or the tenancy issue, and multiple property issues. I'm gonna get an STR license I have 4 properties on the same parcel. They're kind of owned by family members, so we're all gonna apply. That would be interesting too.
Well, I think that's a question we should discuss, because I think, there's, what we're doing is a primary, residence occupied, rather than a resident owned, right? So resident owned would be like a totally different approach to
Right.
this, where if you're a Pitkin County resident somewhere, any of your properties could apply
This would
for a
be on the
license.
same property. This
Right.
wouldn't be, you had 10 properties in a rural, in.
So I
in
just want to make
unincorporated
sure we
Pitkin
agree
County.
on that.
Yeah, I think it's properties on
Could
the
we
same.
limit it to a single property on a multiple houses?
Well, apparently from what John Ely was saying, he doesn't think that's gonna be a problem. It's something we want to track to see if it is an issue that people own. They're on the same property like the Natal Ranch, or what is that, the Woody Creek commune, which we limited, so they're kind of out of this process. But, there's multiple families that own, and they're all on the same property. So, I think that's something we need to track to see if it becomes an issue.
And then rural and remote, prohibition on licenses in rural and remote.
I'm counting on that one going.
Yeah, I'm
being
just
there.
checking in on
Yeah.
my
Yeah,
list.
I will move it forward, but I also want to make note again of my comment about Redstone was the comments we got from Redstone, trying to compare it. It's very different as far as the emergency services, which would
Right.
be the one reason why I would prohibit it in rural remote, because I am kind of have an affinity towards public safety, and I don't want to put our public safety people in risk, because they're really not supposed to be going up there to service people in the winter anyway.
Okay. Other has, and I'm, you know, folks online, I hope you're feeling free to like be part of this. Sometimes I know it can be hard to
Oh,
jump in. So
that makes
let me
me
check
think.
in with Francie and Steve. Any input you want to offer, or if there's any things that I haven't listed so far.
Could I?
Francie.
I think I'm good. I'm good with what's been proposed for, you know, for now. I could see that, you know, after January 20, or on January 26th, depending on the public input, at that point, we would maybe need to continue it possibly if we decide there are some more substantial changes. But I like where it is now, and I think, I would feel totally comfortable moving it forward from where we are now, and hope that we could pass it without too many more changes on January 26th.
Thanks, Steve. Francie?
I'm still concerned about the caretaker in a great big mansion kind of situation. I feel bad passing it, saying that somebody who lives there but doesn't own it can do this. I'm not comfortable with that.
I don't think any of us are at this point.
Yeah, and I think we've directed John to sort of think through that a little bit and see.
I thought you had said we would track it, but I want to maybe stop it before it's a tracking situation.
I don't think that was one of the tracking issues.
Yeah, it was. No,
Well,
okay, so I'll clarify. What I've asked for is some thinking through this topic between now and the 26th about, you know, the issue like what Greg raised of tenancies. So someone who maybe actually have a sincere, legitimate ownership interest that's structured as a lease versus someone who is a leaseholder with no otherwise ownership interest in that property, being able to apply for a license. Does that help, Francie? Is what I've asked for. And, you know, I've just said, if we end up approving something like that, then we should be tracking it, so we know. Steve?
In that situation, one possible solution is the person leasing the property has to be leasing the whole house. They can't just be leasing a little servant's quarters CDU or something. They have to have the whole house is for their use and they're leasing it. And maybe, you know, leasing it for a reasonable amount, not just be given it, I would think, and allowed to live there for free just so the owner can do a short-term rental. That's what we want to avoid. So I think there'd be a way to word that John could come up with that would prevent that. But I totally hear what you guys are saying. If there's any loopholes possible, I'm sure we're gonna see them all happening in the next year or two. People will figure out a way around it. We're gonna have to deal with this and be tweaking the rules for some time.
Yeah, Greg, then Pat.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of examples, and I think, you know, we talked about this earlier, is that where a company will own a house and well, in France they call them chalet girls, right? You could go be a chalet girl or a chalet boy.
I got credit for that quote in the paper the last
You
time,
did.
so
Excellent.
please, if the press is
Patty's the
listening,
one who brought this up.
Greg is the one, I don't even know what a chalet girl is.
Patty could be a chalet girl.
Sounds like your next
Where they have an in-house on-site
It
manager who
does.
spends the
Use that
season
Aurora
managing the house for the company who, you know, has tenants coming and going. That sounds like a situation, that chalet girl could be that's their primary residence. So we do have a, you know, and I could easily imagine them all saying, okay, well, we can't just own it and have it remotely managed. We're going to put somebody in it because we're still making so much money. So that's an issue that we need to address.
So I'm hoping that applies to chalet boys also.
Yeah, chalet boys, chalet girls, I'm
Okay,
sure
I
it's
want to make
all
sure we're being fair. I do have.
Chalet girls in the winter and pool boys in the summer.
pool boys.
All right, I'm
Kelly
staying out
got
of the
the pool boy
We're getting
covered.
wacky
I
over
do
here.
have, I do have a thought, I do have a really,
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
think, amazing thought. This is a perfect opportunity for us to use this as an example of getting out to the public our new process for public comment.
Yeah.
So I would like to suggest that we create some kind of grassroots TV public service announcement or something and get Julia Ely on camera to explain to the public about our new process.
And we already included it in the press release. The link to
God,
the
I
new-
thought I was coming up with
I
something.
know.
Yeah, oh, yeah, I think I already told you about
Great
this.
idea, Patty. It's a great idea. Okay, Patty, you were keeping a list as well. Did I cover
Yes.
comprehensively? I think
I am good,
everything
and I will
that
be
Lisa
keeping this
had?
for the meeting on the 26th. And anytime in between, if Mr. Ely or anybody else has ideas, we can add them to this list. I will keep my paper file because I do better with that.
I'll hand you mine. John Ely, do you have all the clarity you would like?
Thank you, ma'am.
You do, okay.
So we have a motion and a second.
We have a motion and a second.
Wow.
Is there any further discussion?
I want to thank the board. I think we did a
Yeah.
great job in getting through this.
And folks, I'll send out to you, I did just receive sort of a listing of mountain resort community regulations that they've either in process or have adopted, and it might be useful for you.
Perfect.
And I'll send along my white paper on property taxation treatment of short-term rentals,
Gosh,
if
can't
that
wait.
topic interests you at all.
Awesome.
All right. And John Ely, I think I won our bet. So.
Really, what was the bet? This will take all day, or it'll be
The
continued?
bet
Yeah, I
was,
think you too.
Well, I want John Ely to know because you didn't show up today, we have more cookies that we can eat because you don't get any.
the bet was that somebody would say the word
That was my
moratorium.
intention.
Oh.
Oh, God. He thought we would?
Uh-huh.
I felt something in my throat, and I thought it would be
Said it.
better to stay here. And then out of the blue, I have Wi-Fi issues all cropping up, so, sorry that I was dropped off the.
Yeah, right,
The
John, we
meeting.
know.
We didn't even notice.
All right, let's take a vote and put this to bed for today. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All right. I
A lot more
appreciate
fun
all
than
of
I
you
thought it was
guys.
gonna be.
Okay.
It's amazing how there's a motion on the table.
Yeah. No,
Things-
it's true. You're right, Greg.
Kelly did that, so the moratorium word wouldn't come up.
The M word?
Yeah.
I thought I was.
Well, we did talk
using
about
that
pool
bet for
boys.
sure.
She did bring up pool boys.
I'm not getting credit for those quotes, so I want the press to know that.
Okay. The next.
I think I was being nice on that whole M-word discussion. Kelly. I think, the other aspect was, the votes, so. there's that.
The difference between city and county are amazing. There's nobody here, and hopefully folks are watching online. All right, let's keep moving.
They can't find the building.
Resolution of the Board of County Commissioners setting initial airport rates and charges for 2022. Dan, thanks for hanging in there through all that.
This will be a
And
controversial
this is a
one.
public hearing, so if anyone is watching online or wants to join, now's the time. Go ahead.
Okay, well, good afternoon again. Dan Bartholomew, Aspen-Pitkin County Airport Director. Well, as you may know from our previous meetings on this, airports are required through the Federal Aviation Administration and the grant assurances that guide us that we need to maintain ourselves in the most self-sufficient financial aspect we can. Part of doing this is to ensure that aeronautical users, in this case airlines and general aviation, we receive compensation from them to cover the cost of operating the airfield and any passenger facilities that they operate through. To do this, we set annually, preferably, rates and charges to those entities to capture or recapture any costs that we spend on the airfield for their operations. And this can be anything from snow removal to airport rescue and firefighting to pavement maintenance, other things such as that. So these rates and charges are produced in a manner that we we go and we estimate what our costs are going to be for 2022 for the maintenance of our airfield and all the support apparatus that take place with that. Then we also forecast the number of operations, both airlines and general aviation separately, that will be using the airfield and their respective weights, because weight is a component of wear and tear on the airfield in a sense. And then we come up with a per 1,000-pound rate and charge by different types of users for the airport. And then we also have a rental rate for the terminal building. Now, one caveat to all of this is that we're required to do this so that all our rates and charges are fair, reasonable, and not, this is the term the FAA uses, not unjustly discriminatory. Okay? And with that, I don't see Ethan Duncan on the, we have Ethan Duncan with us from Recondo and Associates. There he is. Okay, always smiling, Ethan. And he can walk you through how these rates and charges were determined specifically, and he can break it out by general aviation, commercial if need be, and he can take you through what the final numbers came out to.
Thank you. Hi, Ethan. Welcome.
Thanks, Dan. And good afternoon to the Board of County Commissioners. As Dan mentioned, I'm Ethan Dunkel. I work for Recondo. I'm here on behalf of Brian Elliott, who has been working with Dan for the past year, and I have also been in support of calculating these rates. So I am sharing my screen right now. I'm not sure if everyone can see it or not.
Yeah, we can.
Yes.
You can. Perfect. Okay. And what I've been asked to do today is provide a little more context in the rates that were calculated for budget 22. This was a slide that was shared, I believe, in the weeks prior. We have the 2020 rates that were calculated based on the approved budget at that time. The airport made a decision to hold rates flat for the time being throughout 21 and phase in rates to 2022. And you see in that second column there, the rates calculated based on the approved budget of FY 22. And the next slide here is the landing fee. This was another piece of information that was asked to provide a little more context around. This is the calculation of how we construct those rates. So on the left side here, you see the budget 2020 calculation, and then the budget 22 calculation. We also have that broken out amongst the air carriers and the GA. So you see here in the top section that we roll up the requirement as Dan described. So this is the cost of the facility itself, of the airfield. We have O&M allocated expenses for both the airfield and the ARF, amortization of capital projects, small capital projects that are expensed, and these roll up to what would be the cost requirement to operate that airfield. We do back out a few things for credit fuel, tax, and then some of the offsets of COVID relief funding that were eligible, and we get a net airfield requirement that is a quote-unquote effective cost to operate that airfield. We then calculate the rate based on that landed weight. So that is the figures here, if you can see my cursor. And as you can see, in the time of FY22, we are expecting a lot more GA activity in comparison to the air carrier requirement. And that is some of the cause of that specific rate going down slightly in FY22. That airfield requirement is would be 100% recovered as well. You can see this net airfield requirement line in the middle, and then the landing fee revenue expected based on that rate and anticipated landed weight. Yes.
Oh, sorry, Steve, go ahead.
I'm curious, let's just look at the one line, the O&M expenses for the airfield as an example. I'm wondering how you calculate the difference between the air carrier and the GA requirements. So the GA has a higher figure than the air carrier. So are you calculating that on the basis of the total pounds landing on the runway, or is it on the total number of flights of that type of aircraft landing?
It is a landed weight, a proportionate based, yes.
Okay, so you take, we have 9 times as many GA landing, but they each weigh a lot less. but their total weight is landing is greater than the fewer number of air carrier planes landing.
That's correct. Under the
Okay.
assumption that the weight itself is causing the wear and tear.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on this slide?
Not seeing any, Ethan. Thank you.
Okay. And Dan, was there anything else you'd like me to cover?
No, I think that unless the board would like you to cover anything else, thank you very much.
Nothing has changed really since the first presentation.
Correct.
Right.
Yep.
I missed that one, but I guess it seems like they're pretty simple. Like there's not a lot of costs going into.
A lot of it's amalgamated in there. I mean, if we divided it out into each line item, yeah, it'd be quite a spreadsheet. But no, there's not. It's fairly simple.
I think the clarification of why GA came down a little bit was very helpful as part of the formula discussion. There's a formula that we have to use, and this is how it turns out at the end of the day. Not that we agree with it, it's just that that's how we have to use it.
That's correct, yeah. And the requirement for the GA side is going up. If you see this, these third columns in each of the sections, you're going from 2.9 million up to the 3.7 million. That's a substantial increase. However, the landed weight is outpacing that increase.
Yeah.
So it's a product of the calculation at that point. The divisor is larger than the numerator.
Yeah, I mean, GA planes are going to get lighter faster, right?
Yeah. The more we charge them, the lighter they'll get.
And the fewer that are on them and the more often they come. There was something else. Oh, is there a definition of unjustly?
The FAA likes to leave some latitude in their regulations. There is, I think it's been tested before in the courts, but it does get a little bit nebulous. It's more of proving that you're doing it the same for everybody is really what it comes down to. And that's why we're doing this the way we do it. That's why we leave weight as a very justifiable airfield maintenance component to an aircraft. We also use historical cost accounting when we do this. So we do the same way year after year after year. Therefore, we have a precedent.
Do other airports do it differently? Is there a different costing approach?
Actually, the historical cost approach is the kind of the industry standard. There are others that may do it slightly different, but they're going to still come to the same general cost or fee at the end of the day.
Okay. Is that the end of the presentation?
That is it.
Are there questions for Ethan or Dan before I open up the public hearing? I'm seeing none. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and this is a public hearing for second reading of the resolution setting initial airport rates and charges for 2022. Folks are welcome to join us by phone right now. Please go ahead and call in. It's on your screen, and I will give it half a minute or so.
Can we sing Jingle Bells now instead of Happy Birthday?
I hate the Happy Birthday. I do.
You don't like Jingle Bells?
No, I love Jingle Bells. I hate the Happy Birthday song.
Really?
Yes.
Because it's
You must have
copyrighted?
bad memories of Happy
No,
Birthday
'cause
song.
it sounds terrible, always.
Well, it's a dirge.
Because everybody's off.
I know, it's sung as a dirge for sure. You have to pick it up, make it flamenco.
I have a video of my friends this summer I spent my birthday with saying she'll be coming around the mountain to me instead
good
of,
enough.
oh, it's awesome. They sang every verse. Apparently there's like 5 verses to that. And then my kids insist on watching it like every day.
Oh, I'd like to see it.
All right.
Well, the next time we have a birthday, we can do the Monty Python, what's it called? Not Dead Yet.
That would be better than the Happy Birthday song.
This is the last meeting of the year, so
I know,
we
we're
are
a little
like out
We
in
could be a little
the field.
slap happy.
Okay, I'm
Sorry to keep
closing
you
the
here,
public
Dan.
hearing on this item. As I've seen, nobody has joined us. to
I will make a
give
motion to
comment.
approve.
I'll second it.
All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you, Ethan. Have a good holiday.
Thank you, Ethan.
Thanks, Ethan. Thanks, Dan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy holidays.
Dan, are you done with this? No, you're
No,
back.
you're stuck with me.
Last one.
I was going to ask you a question about tire composition for the, thinking that I decided not to, for
Oh.
aircraft tires.
All right.
If they're studded tires, they're gonna wear out the runway faster.
True.
They should charge them more for that.
We would, if they did have them, yep.
All right, moving on to our next public hearing on the budget. So we have several items, which I think Connie, you can cover as one. So, oh, sorry, I skipped over. We have a fourth quarter budget supplemental, and then we'll go into adopting the 2022 budget. Hi, Connie Baker.
Good afternoon, everyone. Connie Baker, Picken County Budget Director. The first item is the resolution for fourth quarter supplemental requests. We have 7 different requests included today, and they were presented to the board in the November 16th work session. And these requests would increase the county's 2021 budgeted expenditures by $5,902,918, offset by an increase in budgeted revenue of $5,925,973, for a net decrease in budget of $23,055. The 7 requests include a grant in the Human Services Fund, an emergency services grant, which is for rapid rehousing, and it's a net zero budget request. Then there's a transfer from the manager's COVID response line to the Public Health Fund in order to pay for some additional vaccination clinics provided by Community Health Services. And again, this is a net zero budget request. In the Housing Fund, there's a $30,000 request for safety improvements to one of the county's housing units. Then in the Public Safety Radio Fund, a $40,000 increase in microwave equipment, but an equal contribution from the Roaring Fork Fire Department. And this would provide better radio communications for Thomasville and Snowmass areas. Then in the Transit Sales and Use Tax Fund, usually most years we do a supplemental at the end of the year for sales tax and the pass-through sales tax. We pass through all of the 1% transit sales tax and 81% of the half-cent transit sales tax. And so if we're anticipating that we'll receive more in sales tax revenue, then we'll need to also increase the appropriation to pass that through to RAFTA, City of Aspen, and Snowmass Village. In the ambulance fund, we have a request for $30,000, an increase in ambulance, in the cost of running the ambulance service for the year. And then the last request is for overhead cost adjustments. These are for a cost allocation plan. And there are a few funds for which we just didn't anticipate what those costs might be. And so there's an increase. So those are all of the supplemental requests. Are there any questions?
Questions for Connie? Okay, I'm seeing none. Let's go ahead and open the public hearing. If any members of the public wish to comment on the fourth quarter budget supplementals, please go ahead and join us now. I'm going to go ahead and, excuse me, close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for a motion.
Yeah, I do have a quick question.
Yeah, go ahead, Patty.
Connie, I think because our discretion, the BOCC's 2021 discretionary fund has already been appropriated, it doesn't have to come back for those monies to go out. Is that correct?
That's correct. If the money is appropriated, then it's just the board's decision how that's going to be spent.
And because the board gave direction yesterday at work session, it would be terrific, I don't know what staff's workload is right now, if we could at least notify those that we are going to be giving some funds to. I think it'd be a great Christmas holiday celebration for them to know that these monies are coming to them for really what I think are valuable and appropriate uses.
Mhm.
All right.
And I'll make a motion.
All right, thanks,
I'll
Patty.
make a motion to approve the supplemental budget for 2021, amending the 2021 fourth quarter budget.
Second.
Oh, give it to Francie. All right. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All right, let's move on to discussion of the 2022 budget. So 2 items, the resolution concerned with adoption of the budget and appropriation of funds, and a resolution of the BOCC levying general property taxes for 2021 to help defray the cost of government and special districts in fiscal year 2022. Connie.
Okay, well, today is the conclusion of a 6-month-long process. Departments began working on their 2022 budgets at the beginning of July. And we presented the first draft of the budget to the commissioners on October 12th. As you know, by state statute, we're required to present it by October 15th. And then we're also required to have the formal adoption by December 15th, which would be today. The board has used the last 2 months from the first budget presentation until today to go into depth on all of the different departmental budgets, their priorities and their requests. A few changes were made that we've discussed in prior work sessions. This 2022 budget is fiscally sound, and it advances the goals of the county's strategic plan. We've used conservative revenue estimates, and it leaves the county with healthy fund balances, so it leaves us in good financial shape. And we're pleased to present this to you for second reading and public hearing today.
All right, thank you, Connie. Any questions for Connie about the budget that we have?
I don't have a question, I just have a comment.
Okay, is there any changes? I wasn't at first reading. Is there any changes from first reading to now? No, okay.
No, no changes.
Patty?
Yeah, again, just to be on the record, I'm going to be supporting moving this budget forward, but I've expressed throughout the whole process and throughout the how many years my concern about full-time equivalents and hiring more county staff. And I think staff is clear that, you know, we've kind of requested some of these positions come back for future evaluation. Either some may come up in the budget process for 2022, or it could be 2023 or 2024. But there are just some positions that are term limited, or some positions that we're concerned about whether or not we're hiring them not term limited, but will their positions still be needed in out years for some things that may be resolved or moved on. So I just want to make sure that that's on the record. And I really want to thank Connie and Ann and your departments and everybody involved, in every staff and every, because this is a huge process that the county does an amazing job and is very meticulous into what they bring forward and has thorough discussion, definitely thorough discussion with the Board of County Commissioners, and it's greatly appreciated. And I want you guys to take off the next couple of months or weeks and not have to worry about budget. Right, Connie? So thank you.
All right, I will open, gosh, I'm getting a little tickled. The public hearing for both the resolution adopting the budget as well as the resolution levying property taxes. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone join us, so I'll bring it back, close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. I'll take a motion on the resolution for adopting the budget.
So moved.
Oh, I was going to let Francie do it. It's her first budget.
Well, I'll make a motion to adopt the budget.
Okay, thanks, Francie. All right, we'll give that to Francie, and then Greg seconds.
Second. Yep.
Any further discussion? Steve?
So I've said this other years, something to this effect, but you know, when you look at the budget, it shows what the county does and what we put our priorities on. And all the different services that the county provides for its residents and visitors are all laid out there in black and white, showing, you know, where we're putting our money, and it's all for the public good. And so I feel really good about the budget. And Connie always says it so well that it's fiscally conservative, and hopefully we have, don't have a huge crash in the economy that cuts into our sales tax revenue. That would be the one thing that could, have to cause some belt tightening later on in the year. But I mean, I feel good where we are right now, and I think this is a good budget.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Other comments?
What Steve said, I just agree with what Steve said. That was good. Thanks. And I appreciate the clarity in which this budget is presented after going through it for the last 2 months. It wasn't such a burden. It was actually something we could get through, and I really do appreciate that. There's an awful lot there. So thank you for your work on this, both Connie and Ann and everyone else who contributed.
I will agree with all that, but I will be a little more provocative, and I appreciate all the conservatism, but I also acknowledge we have a very healthy fund balance, and I think we should spend some of that money on our community priorities as well. And I will, I know we all have shared goals here that I think could benefit from a boost of funding, so we'll be talking about that in the coming year too.
Well, I want
All
to
right.
ask you, did you ever think of the word you used? Remember you were describing that last time. You used this great word.
Transformational?
I don't know. I'll have to
That's
figure
one
that
of
one
the
out. But
buzzwords.
I think that'll be, John, part of our retreat is to, how we're gonna really pursue some of these goals that we have funding concerns about, and where we can, conservatively find those funds and move those projects forward.
All right, all in favor of adopting the budget, please say aye.
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 Okay, and then we'll move on to the next resolution, to levy the general property taxes for 2021 to defray costs for 2022. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Patty. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Steve. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 And,
Aye.
And Ann Driggers, you will be moving forward the district mill levies, or I'm not sure what the title is called. So the Board of Commissioners does not have a work session next Tuesday, the 21st.
Correct. I'll be working with Naju on that, and we will submit it to the assessor and then onto the state on the 22nd, which is required by state statute.
Right. Thank you so much for doing
Is
that
that
for
the
us.
Fritz hut or the Fobby hut?
That she's in?
That I'm in? No, it's my chalet.
I know, it's her
in
dream
Aspen.
house.
Does she have a chalet girl and a pool boy?
I actually used to be a chalet girl, so I can
Aha.
tell you all about that.
See?
That was a good one.
You'll have to tell us about this.
We got you now.
I will. I'll be in the office tomorrow. I'll let you know.
All right, it's come full circle. Oh my. Okay. Well, thank you to both Ann and Connie. We hope you have wonderful, restful holidays. Okay. We
Thank you
voted.
very
Yeah,
much.
we voted. Okay.
Thank
We've
you.
deleted number 12 from the agenda today. And so we're moving on to 13, an ordinance of the BOCC approving lease agreements with Aspen Homeless Shelter, Alpine Legal Services, Community Health Services, Mind Springs Health, Recovery Resources and Response for space in the Michael W. Schultz Health and Human Services Building. Hi, Jody. We have Jody Smith, our
Hi.
Facilities Director here.
Thank you. Happy holidays to everyone. Yes, this is the second reading, public hearing for to approve our nonprofit leases, which expire at the end of this month. So we are doing our duty and getting them reaffirmed for a lease for the next 2 years. This is a 2-year lease this time. And I think that's the biggest change from past years. We've been doing it 1 year at a time. And so Wendy Elkin, who is the facilities administrative specialist, has put this packet together with the ordinances. We have an Exhibit A, which is the template for the lease that we've used for each of those tenants. And then on our Exhibit B of your packet, it does show you a list of each of the entities which you've already named. And we're here to answer any questions. And then our intent is that next year, Wendy will be bringing this to you instead of me, but just as a learning curve and opportunity for her. So that's what we have today.
Okay, any questions for Jody on these leases?
Has anything changed since we've seen this previously? That would be my question, is no changes, Jody, since we've seen this previously?
No changes since first reading.
Thank you.
I will note that I do have a note for next year, or when we renew again, is to do that that audit on the cost per square foot in the community. We just didn't have enough time in the turnaround from first reading to second reading to actually make that happen, especially this time of year. It's hard to get a hold of people, but we will do that in the future.
Okay, thank you. I will go ahead and open the public hearing on this item. If anyone wishes to comment on the ordinance with the lease, approving the lease agreements with a variety of nonprofit institutions at the Michael W. Schultz Health and Human Services Building, please call in now. All right, and I can't end the year without reminding people that's how long you should be washing your hands for. Now close the public hearing and bring it to the board for a motion, please.
I'll make a motion that we approve the ordinance approving lease agreements with Aspen Homeless Shelter, Alpine Legal Services, Community Health Services, Mind Springs Health, Recovery Resources, and Response for space in the Michael W. Schultz Health and Human Services Building.
I'll second. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, Francie, I'll note, had a thumbs up on the screen.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Jody. Happy holidays. Whoops, she hung up. Maybe it's her last meeting of the year, too. Okay. All right, moving on to our emergency resolution for the Board of County Commissioners authorizing the chair to sign an airport rescue grant agreement with the Federal Aviation Administration for the operation of expenses and debt service payments for the Aspen-Pickett County Airport. Hi, Dan.
Hi.
You've just been peppered throughout the agenda today.
I don't talk about your bad pennies, huh? I know, jeez.
Well, welcome. Well, this is a good one. This is an easy one. Go ahead. We heard about this yesterday, I think, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. We'll bring to you this emergency resolution. We recently received acceptance of an airport rescue grant that we applied for, Picton County applied for back in July. We received FAA acceptance in late November, although they want this turned around by December 31st. So that's the rationale for the emergency resolution on this one. This is an airport rescue grant, which is pursuant the American Rescue Plan Act, and this grant is in the amount of $3,901,078. And we have up to 4 years to draw down on that grant, and it can be used for anything dealing with the stop and prevention of pathogens such as COVID. So anything from, but there's some latitude on it as far as it can be used for disinfectants, it can be used for filtering of air, opening of outside air, but it can even be used to pay for some staffing costs and things such as that. We can even reimburse ourselves for certain costs, before a certain date with this grant. So there are options to use this grant money for. We don't have anything selected yet to use this grant money for, but we will be bringing our recommendations back to you with how we should spend this money in the future.
I have an idea. Open air jet bridges.
that's.
No ways.
COVID safe.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
Okay,
shoot, no more
questions for Dan?
stairs, No more slipping and sliding.
I mean, $4 million is a lot.
It is. And this is in addition to two other grants that we received, the CARES and the CRISA funds as well.
We will need a new terminal to attach.
But we have 4
those to.
years at least.
You gotta start building fast.
Or design, I don't know, a prototype or something.
Can I just ask?
Go ahead, Greg.
What's the procedure for bringing, when you decide we're going to take this money, they're offering this grant, and then you'll come back to us when what's the limit? How will we hear about how the money's spent, I guess is the question.
Well, we can come back to, certain things such as, staffing costs, things like that we can reimburse ourselves for. You can probably just take place as we draw down on the grant, but larger items such as, let's say, theoretically, open air jet bridges, things such as that, we would come back to the board. We also would have to take that back to the FAA. Anything capital such as that, we would have to take back to them to apply. Not apply for, but get their approval for us to spend the money on that.
Got it. Okay,
So.
great.
Okay. All right, so I just want to confirm the public hearing on this will be at second reading, right? Johnny?
This is an emergency first reading.
Yeah, okay,
It's
thank
only
you.
first reading. Okay.
And we will have the second hearing when? Do we
It
remember?
is the
Doesn't happen before year's end.
it's
does it?
July, mid-January, I believe.
Ready for a motion?
The specific
Yes.
date of the confirmatory hearing will be published, so you don't really have to announce it now. I don't see it on the agenda, so it might not have been in the works and to make the first meeting. It might be the second meeting. So whatever that is, it's fine.
And it should be January 12th.
January 12th?
Okay,
Okay, thanks.
thank you. Go ahead,
I'd
Greg.
make a motion that we approve the emergency resolution authorizing the chair to sign an airport rescue grant agreement with the FAA for the operation expenses and debt service payments for the Aspen-Pitkin County Airport, Sardi Field.
All right.
Second.
Thank you, Steve. Any further discussion? Steve?
So I just had an idea pop into my head on something that we might want to, or that you, Dan, might want to spend some of the money on. And maybe the HVAC system already is doing that at the airport. But in the Snowmass Chapel, they have a really pretty high-tech, it's just a temporary air filtration system that, it's probably akin to what's on an airplane that is recirculating the air pretty quickly and filtering it very carefully to make it safer for a group of people to be in a smaller area during, with the potential virus floating around in the air. And that could be something that, might just be a temporary equipment you would put in to improve the HVAC system, the air filtration of the air in the terminal. But it would be something to consider going forward in the next year or so.
Absolutely, and in fact, you bring it up, we are using some of the CRISA funding, so the previous grant, to actually look into our HVAC system in the terminal and evaluate methods that we can enhance the air quality in there without putting in so much, because we're hoping this is a temporary facility at this point. We don't want to overdo it and then tear everything out, but absolutely, yes.
All right, thank you. Other discussion? We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Great, thanks, folks. Thanks, Dan.
So Dan, are you
Thank
done
you.
now?
You're done with me
We
today.
have
at
a
least.
TDR discussion if you want to hang out.
Well, or some of us might grab a beer
thanks.
after. So feel free to hang out for that too.
Can we land them at
Hang
the
around the
airport?
office and join us for a beer.
Oh, I need it.
All right, cheers.
Bye, happy holidays.
Can
I'll
we
see you
make-
tomorrow.
Can we make a special TDR landing site at the airport?
Yeah, you might have to pay a fee if it's over 1,000 pounds.
Hi, Suzanne. You need a minute to get set up?
Only if you, I don't think a minute. If you'd like maps on the wall, just so we have something to look at.
All right, well, I'm
Mostly
gonna,
I just have-
maybe we'll just take a 2-minute break. I'm gonna grab some water. We'll be right back. 2-minute break, please, Grassroots.
John Peacock, I have a question.
Yeah?
You know this new public comment thing? How can I just respond directly? I have to take their.
Okay, welcome back, everyone, to the Pitkin Board of County Commissioners meeting on December 15th. We are at our last agenda item of our last meeting of the year, annual TDR discussion. So Suzanne Wolf, please.
Thanks, Kelly. Suzanne Wolf for Community Development. And back in 1995, when we first created the TDR program, that ordinance specified that there would be an annual review of the program at a public hearing. So that's why we're here, and it's become a really good tool, I think, for us and for you and the public to kind of just gather the data and put it out there for people to kind of have a good snapshot of what's going on with the TDR program. So that's what this is, and this year, Mary Lackner and with GIS is always very helpful to me because she helps I track the data and then she helps put it all into GIS. And she has some great tools, which is what makes the report look a little spiffier this year, where she's provided some nice graphics that make it look a little more interesting than just kind of the boring text that I usually provide. But I'll just go quickly through some of the pieces of information that are there. And in the end, this is an informational item. There is no action taken. But it's just to kind of give you a snapshot of where we are. So on the second page of the memo, and just sort of for backgrounds, because we have one, the map on the wall, prepared by Mary, shows you the receiving and sending areas in the county. And sorry, I think the bottom of this gets cut off. So green are TDR sending sites. Orange are approved receiver sites. So that means they've gone through some approval process to establish that as a receiver site. But so again, you can kind of gives you a good sense of where those TDRs are coming from, where they're going to. Obviously, the larger circles are where more TDRs have either been created, sending sites or more receiver sites. So in 2021, there were 9 new TDRs issued and 11 extinguished. You can look at past years and go, well, that's a little higher than the last few years, but as you can see, it just fluctuates over time, and it has a lot to do with what's going on with real estate and the markets. The 9 that were issued this year, which again was higher than it's been in a couple of years, one of those was a constrained site that you all saw. That was earlier this year. And 8 of the other 8 were all from rural remote properties. So those are TDRs that you don't see because the code sets up that a rural remote property, zoned rural remote, is eligible either to build or to come in and get a TDR. So they just go through an administrative process with staff to have that TDR issued. Kind of interesting to note is of those 8, 6 of those sites had been previously approved for development in rural remote. There were 5 of those 35-acre chaparral remote parcels that they opted to sterilize and get the TDRs rather than develop. So at this point, actually, there were 10 of those 35-acre parcels in chaparral. That leaves only 1 for development that has already built a cabin up there. So there's 1,000 square foot cabin up in the remote area on the chaparral property, and there will not be any others. And there was 1 other site in the Little Annie Basin that had gotten an activity envelope approval and opted to come in and take the TDR off of it rather than pursue development on that parcel. So again, just kind of interesting as you dig a little bit deeper into some of those numbers. So again, Mary's nice graphics to sort of show you that ebb and flow of the issuance and extinguishment of TDRs certificates over time. I think the big story of the year is the escalating value or what TDRs are selling for. And even since I wrote this, we topped our last price. One went for last week for $1.8 million.
$1.8 million?
God.
So we've gone from, what did I say, about $375,000 at the beginning of this year, 2021, and now TDRs are selling at $1.8 million. I know, it's hard to...
Wait. Do Can we track where those TDRs are being sold from for that price?
We have all of that information.
Yeah, I think it'd be interesting to find out where these transactions are taking place for that amount of money, just for my curiosity.
Do you mean
I
where
agree.
they're landing?
Yeah, because in some cases, I mean, yes, we
Thank
can.
you.
We have all that information. In a lot of cases, those ones that are selling right now haven't actually landed yet. But based on looking at the ownership and where
Gotta
they,
know where
you know,
they're
I mean,
gonna
I know,
go.
you know, we can tell where they're going, or where they're intended to go. You know, again, some people may not have even started their review process to use it, but they want to make sure they have that TDR in hand. In the past, a lot of people have done more of the, I'll work my way through the process, you know, and then they don't need that TDR in hand until they're at building permit. But I think now people are, you know, definitely wanting to make sure they have that TDR in hand sooner
So
rather
they're
than
buying them
later.
now just in case the cost goes up.
Yep. So yeah, that's, I mean, been pretty stunning as those numbers come in to just see how it just,
beyond
every
stunning.
time it's, you know, I've heard there've been bidding wars, and,
Francie has a question. Go ahead, Francie.
I just have a little fact for you. If the 129 remaining TDRs go for 1,500,000, we are creating an injection of $193,500,000 into our county money coffers. $193 million worth of TDRs are out there, and that's not at 1,800,000. It's a whole new
That's not county
exchange.
money, though.
It's, no, I know, but it's an exchange, it's a currency exchange that's being created worth almost $200 million. It's incredible.
That we have no control
Well,
over.
I'll offer another way to look at it, is that's $200 million of preserved land.
It is actually, all the TDRs together are 995, well, just under 1 million square feet of building rights. Just another little fact.
Francie, did you get all of that off the hard copy I left on your desk?
Remember, I didn't come today. so
Oh,
I
it was
didn't get
yesterday.
it.
It's been on your desk for a week now, Francie.
I know, I know. I'm so bad. My office is that room there.
It's still gonna be there with your Christmas present for me, Francie.
I know. Well, I'll have to come up during my vacation and get it.
so along with, the value escalating, that means a lot more people are showing interest in obtaining TDRs. You all have already seen the, you know, the Deer Hammer Limited Development Conservation Parcel application. We have another of those applications in process, and, you know, again, looking at pre-app, seeing, you know, other people looking at that, definitely more interested in people who, with rural remote properties, have been submitting their applications to get TDR certificates off of those properties. So definitely, that's clearly incentivizing people who could otherwise develop properties to pursue not developing those properties and sterilizing those development rights. So, just to note. I think it's really helpful, again, some of Mary's stuff. I mean, there are a lot of ways TDRs are created, you know, that we create sending sites: rural remote, constrained, visually constrained, conservation development PUD, historic, limited development conservation, all of those. And so there's a breakdown of the TDRs that have been issued and how those are being created. Were they created for historic preservation, or were they created from rural remote? So again, I think it's interesting to kind of see that information laid out and to understand where those are all coming from. So again, just quickly through the pieces of the packet in front of you, you know, just a summary of all of the different, you know, numbers extinguished, receiver site approvals. You know, in the past, we did rezonings to rural remote to generate TDRs. That's not something we've done in quite a long time, given the other tools we've created in the code related to conservation, the open space master plan in particular, which no longer, rather than having somebody go through a rezoning process to rural remote and working on, some of those deals we had done in the past with ranch properties, now we're no longer doing that. We're looking at it holistically between ComDev and open space and working on open space master plans. And those no longer have a TDR component at all associated with those. So we like to provide the information to break down the approvals, TDR approvals and TDRs extinguished by the planning areas. I think that's kind of always a helpful piece of information. A comparison of floor area approved through TDRs versus growth management over the last number of years since 2009. Those rural remote parcels that have been developed or approved for development, and again, we took 6 parcels out of that list this year with TDRs. And then the constrained site TDR tally, which just shows you all of the sites that have been granted constrained sites TDR approvals by the BOCC over time, and the reason, kind of behind that, whether it was wildlife issues, slopes, et cetera. And then all of the receiver sites that have been approved, with that big table like that just keeps getting longer and longer, but shows you where TDRs have been extinguished. And then the piece I don't attach, which is available online and gets updated monthly for the public, is the TDR certificates issued. That's always online, and that's where, anytime somebody's notifying me that a TDR has sold, the information gets entered there and is updated monthly on the website so people can keep track of the most recent information. And I think that's it in terms of the information.
Okay. Questions? Patty?
Yeah, so there's 129 TDRs still available out there,
Correct.
and there's a bidding war? Is that because some of these TDRs we know are already going, like just for example, Essen Valley Ranch, they had, I'm just throwing somewhere, Chaparral, and those TDRs will go to development within those quote unquote subdivisions, those land use applications, would be my understanding. Because if there's 129 out there, then there's a bidding war. It doesn't really make sense.
So, there's a limited number. I think in here I say, when I look at it, I call it, there are about 25 that are tagged or sort of specific to.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You've got the Harvey Ranch, when they got a number of TDRs, they have 6 family home sites approved. Each one of those needs a TDR. So they're going to hold on to 6 TDRs.
That's exactly what I
those kind of things. But that's maybe 25-ish of that number. So again, then it's, where are you looking? And obviously we're definitely seeing a lot of them being used in the areas like Red Mountain, where it's in the urban growth boundary. You don't have to go through special review. We've designated that as an area to receive TDRs to achieve your maximum gross floor area. So they're going through site plan review. We see them that way, but then those TDRs are being extinguished. So those sites don't show up in our list of approved sites. They're sort of pre-approved. They've got their TSA pre-check or whatever they've gone through already. They're ready to use those TDRs. Their process is site plan review to show us how it's going to, what that's going to look like on the site. But the use of the TDR is allowed.
So some of them are kind of already attached, and there's a allotment that's just kind of free flowing out there.
Right.
But there's still a bidding war. That's
Well,
kind
and
of
so
blows me
right.
away.
Right. It's always the, again, I'm not out there in the market. I just hear things.
You just
but,
have connections.
Well, right. And people are, feeling like if they really need one, obviously they're, people have them and they're putting the word out there and looking for the highest bidder.
Wow.
And Patty, it probably is an indication that not all of them are for sale right now.
Yeah,
People
sure,
are
yeah.
sitting on them. There's a limited supply. That's generally what drives up a
Other
price
things in
like
the workings
this.
that we don't know about, and we don't have the authority to know about them.
Can someone
They're waiting for it to hit 2 million.
Yeah.
Can someone
real.
sell a TDR that they've acquired unrelated to their land use application? So like, if someone comes in and it's part of what they want and they say, we'll extinguish a TDR, and they extinguish one that they've purchased from someone else?
So, I don't.
Do we ever do that?
They don't have to necessarily
So
be
TDRs
used for-
can change hands many times.
Yeah.
So if I have a development and I buy my TDR anticipating it, and then I decide, you know what, maybe I don't want to build 8250. I'm just going to do 5750, but I already bought my TDR. You can resell that TDR.
No, I know, but
until
can they
it's
come
been
into you
extinguished.
and say, I want some, some conditional approval or something, and I'll extinguish this TDR that I bought?
We never require the TDR to be extinguished up front. So they go through their approval
Sure,
process.
yeah.
Okay, and then the TDR doesn't extinguish until that building permit is in process. So we have had times where that building permit's been in process, a TDR was extinguished, and they never actually then started work on that permit, and the permit died, and they came back and said, do I get the TDR back? And they do, because the TDR was never utilized. The square footage was never used on a site.
I guess the nuance I'm saying is like, I feel like I've been involved in land use applications where it's like, from that land, they are creating TDRs that they're then extinguishing as part of their development approval, from that land. And I'm wondering can people use it as sort of a negotiational tool as like, well, I own this TDR and I want you guys to approve this thing. And so, I'm not going to either land it here and I'm going to extinguish it.
There've been very few approvals that were specific to the TDRs being created on the property and then being used, or a TDR at all being specified that it could only be used in a certain location.
I think what she said, they cannot be used as a bartering tool.
Yeah, I guess.
But they are negotiable instruments though, right?
But not for bartering with community development.
Yeah, you can't come in and,
or
so
with
that brings
us.
up some questions. That brings up some questions.
Anyway, so I think part of what we
No,
wanted
why
to do
not?
today was get some questions on the table for our future discussion. So that's one that I don't fully understand.
Can I add one?
Yes.
Or a two?
Uh-oh.
It seems as if the sending sites are not the issue. We love TDR sending sites. It's receiver sites, and we do have people in the community objecting to where TDRs are landing in rural parts of the community. That's a discussion I'd like to certainly have, and just to review how the receiver sites are chosen. The other conversation I'd like to have is would it ever be possible for the county to issue a partial TDR that might be based on the actual value of the constrained site land, for instance, like we've seen, for closer to the appraised value of the land? And I'm not suggesting that partial TDRs become a currency for anybody else, but is it something we could do? Could we say, we're going to give you a tenth of a TDR for this, and you're going to have to cobble together the rest of the TDR if you want to land it somewhere? Could we ever do that? Is that something we could do, and would it be? I'm not sure if it's a good idea.
We could do that. It's
I'm
just how
trying
does come to track a 10th and an 8th and a 24th
Well,
and a.
yeah, the thing is, maybe that's starting to become a necessary thing, because if a TDR is now worth $2 million, two things I'm going to see are happening. Not only are people trying to save them to figure out what they're going to do with them, we also have people, I'm sure, scouring rural and remote properties and constrained sites, because all of a sudden those places have become extremely valuable as TDRs.
Exactly.
And so, Greg, you're really talking about at the time that a TDR is issued, having some flexibility, not allowing TDRs to be, because it would be impossible to track in the free market if we allowed people to sell partial TDRs or break TDRs up.
He's saying when we issue
You're
them,
saying
we
at
partial
the
them.
issuance.
At the issuance. So if somebody comes and said, I have a constrained site, the appraisal on the land is $75,000, we can say, okay, we'll give you a tenth of a TDR for that, which is the equivalent of $200,000 now. So
That's a question for discussion.
So that's kind of the question. What would that look like?
Would you add that to your list of questions for our growth management discussion? Because that's kind of why we're here today, is to do that, and I'm not keeping a list at this point.
Steve, I see your hand.
So I have advocated before for doing partial TDRs, and I would limit it to perhaps just half TDRs, which would be worth 1,250 square feet of additional square footage. Perhaps a quarter TDR, but the half I think would be easily manageable. When you start getting, I wouldn't go down into tenths or anything like that, but perhaps a quarter TDR that would be worth 625 additional square feet would be absolutely the lowest I would go, just in terms of the management headache for ComDev tracking it. I think that a half TDR would be easier to track. Now, the advantage to doing that, a lot of people don't want 2,500 square feet of additional square footage, and they don't want to pay over $1 million for a TDR for square footage they don't want. If they have to spend that much for the TDR, I'll guarantee you they're going to build 2,500 additional square feet, even though they only might want 1,250 square feet or 625 square feet additional. And I'd say let's do a fractional TDR and allow people to build a little bit smaller house than they would otherwise. That would be to the community advantage, to have people not building the maximum house size that they are currently allowed, and they feel like to get their money's worth out of a full TDR, they're going to build the whole 2,500 square feet. And that's to the detriment of our community when they do that. So I'm an advocate of the fractional TDRs.
All right. You didn't hear my side comment, Steve. I said, can't you get an eighth of a cow? That seems a lot messier. But anyway, let's see if there's any more questions about the reporting for this year. And then I think the next part of the conversation will be, let's get our conversation or our questions on the table that we have about the TDR program, or points of discussion we want staff to prepare our discussion for in 2022. So let's check in questions about the report. Greg.
I'm just trying to think about the future. We're looking at TDR's value going up higher than anybody, I think, ever anticipated. There's no guarantee that it won't just keep going up. So we've created a currency that's going to have a pretty huge market value. It'd be nice to know where this is going, and do we need to be concerned? What would happen if we issued a lot more TDRs, for instance? All of a sudden we've got a currency. We have the ability to create currency, I suppose, just like a federal bank would. I'm not sure it's a good idea, but I'd like to just understand the consequences and the unintended consequences. We could look forward about, where is this program going? What do we think it's going to be like in 10 years or 20 years? I'm trying to understand it, and I don't yet. So I'm sorry I don't have any other questions other than that right now.
Okay, thanks, Greg. Francie.
Well, the conversation mostly is about how to make TDRs more accessible to people. I would prefer to see it go the other way, where we're talking about house size and controlling TDRs through maximum house size. Because as long as our maximum house size is 15,000, the TDRs are just going to keep flowing. But if we change the maximum house size, then maybe TDRs will become more expensive to get to 8,000 or 10,000 or whatever we end up deciding on and enacting, God willing, we do. So I think that the two topics are entwined. They're inextricably tied to each other. And I'd like to see the conversation go in ways of not encouraging TDRs, but discouraging them.
I appreciate that. Can I add one
go
more?
ahead, Greg.
Also, I'm just wondering, are there any other uses for TDRs that haven't been contemplated yet?
There you go.
Are there any ways we could neutralize TDRs that would be of value? Now that they're so valuable, it's hard to imagine. But are there other ways that TDRs could be utilized so we could try to eliminate some of the TDRs that are floating around out there?
I think staff has some ideas about that. Because we've talked about that for a while. We just haven't had the concrete discussion. about it.
And I think, Greg, just a little bit on your other point, I'm wondering what are the opportunities and consequences of reducing the amount of what a TDR is worth? So like instead of 2,500 square feet, 500 square feet. You know, what does that mean for the program going forward and TDRs that have been issued?
Yeah.
And when we did that at one point, but we had to make sure that we didn't grandfather in TDRs that had already been issued, because that would not be fair. We would have been sued a lot. So it was anything moving forward, but that's just food for thought, but doesn't mean we can't reconsider a new value.
Governments devalue money all the time.
I was
Yeah.
about to say that.
We can
Anyway.
do anything we want, as John Ely keeps telling me, and I haven't quite figured that one out yet, but.
So if we have an economist who could talk to us about the opportunities here, a banker, I'd love.
Like Howie Mallory?
Well,
Yeah.
or someone.
Well, for me, I'm not into the TDR business to determine how much money a TDR is and regulate, because we have no authority over that. We can regulate how many square feet they're allowed for. We can regulate if we want to do partial ones. We can, and for as to where the landing sites are, that's usually based on, we've had caucus input, and like Woody Creek says you can land them only if they come from Woody Creek. Isn't that correct? Your TDRs that you use in Woody Creek have to come from or a sending site in Woody Creek.
They have said that. in
No,
the
they have
master
said
plan.
that, that's what I'm saying.
That's not codified, but
Yeah.
that's, yeah.
So, yeah, and so there's been caucus input into utilization of TDR, into TDRs in general, coming and going. So that's something else we can discuss. And look at that, if there's anything there that we see as beneficial to the program, or perhaps not beneficial to the program.
What other questions?
There was also somebody who brought up getting rid of the program altogether. We know who that is, because he feels that conservation easements can solve the day as far as preserving rural lands. But since we don't technically use the TDR program just for conservation, on rural properties, we use it for constrained lots, et cetera. That could be part of the discussion too. I'm not sure how far that would go, but since we have had that brought up over the years, getting rid of the program, it's perhaps something we should talk about.
Well, the stakes for it are high enough now that, as I said, people are going to be out looking for anything they could turn into a TDR, where perhaps before it might not have been worth it. I think all of a sudden there's a much greater incentive, a 4 times or 5 times greater incentive just in the last year to be looking for, fungible TDRs. To me, that raises alarm bells, and it certainly would be worth looking at what the options are. We do have a certain amount of control over, this is kind of the monster we've created, and it's served us incredibly well. It's an amazing program. But going forward, it's kind of terrifying. It's kind of like a Bitcoin, Maybe we should transfer them to Bitcoin.
I just want to
Half in jest.
understand.
Or cyber-currency.
Yeah. I guess I need to understand too, and this could be, part of maybe what staff presents to us, because I don't, you say a monster, and I'm like, on one hand, there's additional land that's like permanently protected from development. So, is that part of the monster, or is the monster, the square footage that it's generating? And so you're not seeing, like, is the problem that these sites that would never be developed are now causing impact somewhere else? So impact that never would have existed now exists? Because the way I look at it a little bit is like benefit that might have never existed now exists.
Well, what we're doing is we're creating a $2 million market for a site that may never have been contemplated for development before. So where value is being created, and at some point the people who have that TDR are going to want to cash in on it, and they're going to have to sell it to somebody who has where are they going to land it?
Well, why should we be concerned in how much somebody's making off a TDR?
The question is, should we be concerned?
So I just want a little bit of that articulation, because I think, I'm not totally clear on the, like, I see more of the benefits to the program, whereas I think other people see more of the negatives to the program. And so I could use just some clearer depiction of that for my own understanding. As we,
Yeah, I guess
so I don't
that's-
necessarily want to like get into all that now, but that is for me a need for more understanding.
That's where I am too.
Nancy has
Is
her
it
hand
the
up.
matter
Yeah,
of
I
the
see.
value of a TDR as far as how much somebody's making off of it, or is it the value of what we're preserving and what growth we're preventing in an inappropriate place?
Forever.
Okay, I'm going to
Francie,
jump
go
in
ahead.
here, as everybody else is just jumping in, so I'm going to jump in. And Kelly, I think that the TDRs historically have done an incredible job, and that they're, you know, the purpose of the TDRs was noble, and there's been a lot of land saved. I just think that we need to rethink TDRs at this point in time.
I agree.
And I would quote Auden and say we need to be bold. I hope that we are.
Okay, Steve?
So a couple of thoughts. One is, and this goes clear back to a whole year ago, trying to think of an incentive for people to want to build a house smaller than 5750, you know, to give up square footage. And the idea was put out there when we were talking about this with P&Z, that if somebody gave up 2,500 square feet of buildable square footage from their property, so they would go from 5750 down to 3250 is their maximum they would be allowed to build, that they would get a TDR for that. That would be their incentive to reduce their house size. And that's, you know, we were trying to think of an incentive, how to, and not just tell people you no longer can build a 5750 house. Now you can only build a 3250 house. That's the stick approach, but the carrot approach would be what kind of incentive could we give somebody to do that? And that would be giving them a TDR would be an incentive for that. Granted, if we did that and a lot of people jumped on it, we would have a whole lot more TDRs available. The price would come down from what it is now, but it would achieve a goal that we were trying to achieve in incentivizing people to have a smaller house size.
Except for the people who get the TDR who are building a bigger house.
So we're
Well,
just
that's
moving
See
true.
that that does it.
But if those houses are in the right location, now if we could get Aspen and Snowmass Village to buy into our TDR program and put the big houses where there's already houses there, then the impact is much less than, you know, building a big house out in some place where shouldn't be any house, or maybe just a little cabin or something. So that's one thought that we could think about when we're going into the discussions with after the new year on the TDR program. Now, another thought just jumped into my head, that a possible use of a TDR would be if someone wanted to do a short-term rental in a house that they have bought that they have no intention of living in, it's just an investment to them. We could say you buy a TDR, you would be allowed to use this house as a short-term rental. You have to land a TDR on that house in order to use it for that commercial purpose. And that would be a possible use for TDRs that we haven't used, talked about before.
That's an interesting idea.
You know, some history on it. When I think about it, really the TDRs are coming from mining claims, mostly. I think you could say mostly. I don't know enough about the 1872 mining law, but I certainly don't like it anymore, because it took what were mineral rights leases and turned them into fee simple housing on a patented mining claim. And now all of a sudden we're converting those to cash for the people who have happened to have claimed the land or bought the claim whenever. And there's something about what we're really doing is creating more value for mine claims. And it makes me something about it just doesn't, I guess it's working, but I'm having trouble. I don't feel comfortable with it. I like Steve's proposal. It's an innovative thought to think what else can we do what else could we do with TDRs and what would incentivize people. Maybe if they landed it and it actually built affordable housing for the employees who would manage that short-term rental, it would make sense. If we're trying to solve a housing problem, maybe a TDR could build affordable housing. I don't know. If it benefited them somehow.
Did you mean to slip short-term rental in there?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
If that's what Steve was saying, that they'd get a permit for a short-term rental if they landed a TDR.
That's very creative.
It's an interesting. It'd be nice to have a real clear picture on what are all the possibilities, and I think it's great that we explore all that.
How much of a nexus there needs to be?
Yeah, connect to that, to creating more impact into your neighborhood, because now you have a short-term rental permit, but you're building a smaller house. Yeah, that's a thought. I mean, something to discuss, I suppose.
Maybe another thinking of what somebody might want to build. Some people would want to build a bigger barn than they would be allowed on their, bigger horse barn, or they might, they want to build more outbuildings than they are currently allowed on their 20-acre parcel. And that could be another potential use. So they'd be landing a TDR, which is extinguishing some house square footage elsewhere. They're not necessarily building residential, but they're building an outbuilding for, their horse barn or whatever. That would be another potential use. Just just trying to throw out some ideas for, how else could we use TDRs?
We could tie it to the value of a parking space in Aspen.
I was going to say we could give them a Tesla. Okay, some creative thinking here.
All right.
We're asking for it anyway.
So
Have we all got it out? Have we aired it all the thoughts that have kept you up at night or woke you up in the middle of the night over the last
Well, next time you wake up
years?
in the middle of the night or can't get to sleep, make a list. I'm going to ask this for next year. Any other ideas people come up with? Yeah, Kelly, as far as growth management or TDRs?
If I could, my thing the thought that I think about in the middle of the night is, wouldn't it be great if we had a really good economics department in a university examine this? Because we've created a currency and a market, and we're watching incredible inflation of the currency. My guess is there'd be a master's program or PhD economist program that would be all over studying this. And so maybe we should contemplate, giving a grant to someone to study this and consult us with it.
I mean, this is a program that's used elsewhere, so there's probably some information, I think, about that, I would think.
And for me, mine's more about the preservation of land as a goal. And for me, my issue is not the bit currency that we're creating. That's because it's out of our hands, but it doesn't mean it shouldn't be at some level part of the discussion. So put that on your list. And who would you like people to submit their list to? To you, Cindy, or to you, Suzanne, for growth management discussion? To Cindy. So when you guys create a list, Cindy can create a file.
I think so.
I'm planning ahead because if I don't plan ahead now,
checked out sufficiently?
I'm here to the last minute.
No, I am doing this because I'm going to be in charge of running these meetings next year, and I'm trying to make it efficient now for staff to have these ideas that they can vet through and bring back to us, so we're not getting slamming staff and extending the process of our growth management discussion. So hopefully we'll have more information to staff ahead of time.
I appreciate you, Patty.
Thank
Happy
you.
to yield the floor.
And Greg, if you want to run the growth management meetings, I'll be happy to step out, and I'll give it to Francie too. No problem.
I'll do it if you give me a TDR.
Only a 10th.
I'll take it.
Okay.
Maybe an 8th.
All right, guys. So I'm going to assume there's no more questions on the report. We appreciate this information. We've given our catalog of questions on this really important topic. Johnny Lee, this is where I thought the M word was going to come up, not the first one.
I just want to hear staff talk about what they think about at night.
What's that?
The M word is Merry
I didn't know-
Christmas.
That's right, that's right. Okay,
The bet was still, what M word are you talking about exactly?
I don't know, we used it a lot, haven't we, Cindy, in the past?
all right. Everyone okay? We good with this? Thank you, Suzanne and Cindy.
Thanks, Suzanne.
Our last item is open discussion. Do we have open discussion items, John?
Thanks, Cindy. Thanks, Suzanne.
Just one short one for you, just to let the board know, Garfield County has announced that they have detected their first Omicron case.
In Garfield County.
In Garfield County, so it is no doubt in our valley. We knew that that would probably be the case, so we are starting the winter season off with it here.
So is Garfield County gonna do a mask mandate now that they have the first?
That was not part of the press release.
Okay. Not
So,
surprising.
not sure that's ending the year on good news. Let's see, anyone else have?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
Yes.
okay.
I do have
And,
something.
Yes, other open
Surprise.
discussion,
I,
Betty.
I should have brought this up at the beginning of our meeting, but just thinking about it. I want to send my thoughts and prayers to the Gerbaz family, to Jerry Gerbaz, for the passing of Judy Gerbaz. Amazing family. Judy was an amazing woman. They got married in 1958. Their life story is pretty incredible, very sweet. And I just want to let Jerry know and the rest of the family and all the relatives that they're in our thoughts and prayers.
Thank you. Any other open discussion?
You know, there's a media site called Snowbrains, and it's for ski resort media.
I just saw that.
And they have a conversation trending right now about COVID and should ski resorts demand COVID vaccinations. And the conversation on it's pretty interesting. And somebody in Canada said, well, just look what we're doing in Canada and look at how our incidence rate is half of what you have in the States, because they have more stringent rules, certainly in their ski areas and everywhere else. I just think it's an interesting thing to be watching. Hopefully the Omicron will fade away here. But we did just hit 800,000 deaths, and I think it's pretty much guaranteed we're going to 1 million before the rest of the population either gets vaccinated or becomes immune. So something to think about. It's a conversation being held, and I think it'd be smart for us just to see what everyone else is doing and follow that. We often get stuck in our own little bubble regarding what's happening with the response to COVID. You know, if we only listen to what the governor says or what the neighboring counties say, it's much different from what we see happening elsewhere in the world. So anyway, just it's an interesting conversation. I'll send along the graph, and we can all chew on that until the next opportunity to speak about it. Thank you.
When does Public Health next meet?
I think it's the 12th or 13th, I believe, of January.
How do you spell Omicron? How's it spelled?
It is
Omicron.
What was that?
Omicron.
Omicron.
Can we have like somebody, who was it? Francie, wasn't it you or somebody went through, maybe it was Phyllis. It was Phyllis who went through all her fraternity, sorority. And she said we only have like 2 more left in the alphabet or something.
All right, any other open discussion items?
Oh, I did announce that we talked about the elk that I thought had been hit, and it turns out he came back. So our elk is okay. Full rack is back. He did not get hit by a car, as I had feared.
I'm
But there's
so
still the
happy to hear
possibility.
that. I was worried about that. I was like,
was
oh
too.
God, I hope he comes back.
Steve's didn't fare so well, though. Look at his on his wall.
Mine was hit by another hunter's bullet, and I found the blood trail and tracked him down. He was going to die out in the woods, and I found him, so I felt good about that. It was like he got hit by just the same thing as being hit by a car on the highway, a wasted body, but we were able to put it to good use.
All right, happy holidays, Merry Christmas, everybody.
You good?
Yeah, I would just note, it was, I think, this week last year that the first vaccines for COVID came into Colorado. And, you know, we've really come a long way, not just with our response to the pandemic, but just being able to continue as much in the way of normal service delivery and, you know, really having our community recover in a really, in some ways, overheated fashion from what we may have been thinking a year ago. So just to end on a little bit more positive note, we have come a long way over this past year. We still have a ways to go, but there's a lot for us as a community and organization to celebrate. So thanks to all of you for your leadership over this last year. It's been a tough one.
And thanks to you, John.
Yeah.
Should get easier from now on, right? What did, you know,
That's what I keep saying.
Oh, God.
That's what it does.
All right. I appreciate working with you all. You guys are wonderful people.
Ditto.
And I hope you have wonderful, happy holidays.
And thanks for the cookies, Kelly. They were wonderful.
Wonderful, happy holidays to all the residents, guests, visitors, friends of Pickens County.
All right.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Thanks, grassroots.
I will make a motion
Oh, yes, we need a motion.
We need a motion.
to adjourn.
Yes.
I'll
Thank you,
second.
Patty. Thank you, Francie.
I will vote for it if it's a motion to adjourn 2020.
All right, we will move to
2021.
adjourn 2021.
2021. Bye.
All right.
All right.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Thanks,
Aye.
guys.
All
Bye,
right,
everyone.
take care.
Francie, I put your little notebook on your desk.